Yo, 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 what's going on, YouTube? It's your boy Nate the Great coming at you with another live. You already know if you're new to the channel, like, share, comment, and subscribe. To all the returning friends and family, you already know it's peace and blessings. Give y'all a little bit of time to tune in. First things first, you already know how it is. Hope everybody had a blessed and productive Tuesday. Hopefully everybody was able to get through the day, stresses and the hassle. Hopefully everybody is at their destination safe and sound. Definitely was a good build as far as this morning. Appreciate those who tuned in. It is an open panel discussion tonight. There's a multitude of things that need to be discussed tonight, definitely. Some of this is part three from last night's live, and you have a couple other things that need to be discussed, especially about what was discussed this morning. And I really do feel that is a grave situation that some of you women have to stop doing again. There's no way to look at that. Sorry. And for you men out there that actually do that too, lying to the kids, it's not acceptable. Hey, Anita, blessings. Hope all is well with you, sis. Like I said, when you sit there and lie to a kid and keep them away from their parent, how do you even sleep with yourself at night for real? And I say that because it's not just the one situation from social media. It's really shit like that that's going on there. You know, again, kid is supposed to know both parents. It doesn't matter who the kid is staying with. He's still supposed to have, or she's supposed to have knowledge of both parents and interactions with both parents, regardless. I see you, paranormal. Call and salute, my guy. Like I said, that's a topic right there that's always going to be open for discussion too, because we got to get down to the deep-seated root of why some of these women do the actions that they do when it comes to their kid. Like I said, it takes two to tango. And if you got somebody that's willing to be a part of their child's life, whether they with you or not, y'all need to start building a bridge to where y'all could coexist and raise that kid together. And it can be done because there are certain instances where it has been done. Parents might not have been able to get along, but they got along good enough for the kid. Yeah, because it's not about y'all no more. Again, it's about the welfare of the child, the children. That's good, sis. I'm glad that you're doing good. Definitely glad you're doing good. Um, like I said, it boggles your mind because it's like how much how much deep seated hate could you have to want to leave somebody away from their other parent? Like I said, cause see if it was literally yeah, you can't be trusted around them or you a danger to them, all right, that's different. But when you got people that actually want to be a part of their children's life, a lot of times you won't let them be that. And then you wonder why there's certain situations why the kids act out. Even if you stern and disciplined, guess what? You still need that father figure around. Because when it comes to us, we are not tolerating certain things. We will literally shut the whole room down. That's because it's not just a stern presence. It's because we know if we have to, yes, we will discipline. Especially if you are still getting out of pocket with your mother or your father. It's just how a parent really is supposed to be wired. Yo, hood, salute, my nigga. You already know, bro. You ain't hitting nothing on Thyru, son. Matter of fact, yeah, I got something for you, bro. Don't worry, I'm waiting for your notification. So I got something for you, you henny spilling fool. Shout out to her TMZ. Yo, the word salute. Y'all already know. I see y'all in there. Scotland, what's good, my guy? Don't laugh now, nigga. On Daru, nigga. If you ever spill Henny on me, see, it's 2023. You starting your shenanigans, you leprechaun. Still my nigga. I'll be live as long as possible because I'm trying to have an open panel. We still having a discussion from last night. It's part three, technically, from reform in school and school safety. But then it's also stuff like this we gonna talk about because I ain't done. Oh, I ain't done. Because it's just sad that you really have women still doing shit like that to this day. You're never supposed to deny your child the bond with other parent. That shit hurts on a different level. Yeah, bro. I just found that out my damn self, bro. I'm about to see what that's hitting for at some point. Yo, Anthony, salute. Yo, Riz, salute. See y'all in here. But it is the truth, though. Some of you women have to stop making the poor choices and stop making these decisions to lie to your kids. Now, when you got somebody that's definitely trying to be a part of this, you're not supposed to deny them that just because you and your feelings about something. Again, your feelings should get tossed out the window only because it's about the children that they feel that energy. Like I said before, they do feel that energy. And to think that you really sat here and lied to somebody for this long and you slept every night comfortably, it really goes to show your morals and your compass was just gone. And I don't see why, like I said, I think that's something that's deep seated and it's a learned behavior as well because no real woman or no real man in a situation where they got their kid are going to sit there and lie to them about the other parent. That's like you lying and saying the other parent is dead, knowing the other parent is literally probably blocks or minutes away. Why would you even sit there and go that route just because you upset about something? Hey, Letitia, blessings. Like I said, this is going to be an open panel discussion, though. There's a little bit of everything that need to be discussed because there are different things that actually need to start changing for real. Got to get to the issue. We got to get to the problem of that because some of y'all, there's no way you can still tell me it's cool to do that. And then you setting up a blueprint for everybody else to follow that same blueprint. That's what I'm saying. You're not breaking the chains of bondage. I honestly don't see how you can literally look your child in the face and then lie. You know, you're never supposed to do that because, like I said, they will take that and they will hold on to that. And then just the constant lying, you don't know what kind of psychological damage you're really doing to these kids because, well, they really sitting there listening to what you're saying. And if you're doing stuff like hiding them away or moving away or doing stuff like that along those lines, yeah, you're playing and you're poisoning their mind and really think that the parent don't love and care about them. Not supposed to do that. You crazy, Craig. Nah, but it is, bro. Like that's a chain that need to be broken. Stop lying to your kids, especially when it's coming towards your other parent. Just stop lying. Again, that's just like if you know the other parent might be on drugs. When the kid is old enough to really understand what's what, you break it down and tell them. You don't got to sit there and lie to them and say that, oh, your father died, your father left us, your father didn't care about us, your father had another family, so on and so forth. You don't go on and say lies like that, especially if you know it ain't true. Some men actually are trying to really get in their kids' lives, but y'all are using these kids as pawns, and the shit needs to stop. Like I said, the psychological damage that is being done, they can't be undone. Appreciate you for dropping those links, bro. Yo, it's Mike. Salute, my guy. For those who just tuned in, y'all already know hit the like button. Like I said, it's just something that should dawn on everybody. These are the type of behaviors and these are the type of learned behaviors that really need to cease to exist. You're causing pain, torment, damage, and then now you setting them up for the ultimate failure. You know, like I said, picture being away from your parent that long. To come to find out that parent been trying to fight for you for the longest. That's a hard feeling. And then to try to catch up on all that time that was missed, like it, certain things you ain't gonna be able to get back. Time is precious. Like I said, you can't get back your baby's first steps, your baby's first words. You can't get that back. They first whatever, like performances, stuff like that. You can't get that back. The only thing you could do is just have memories and talk about it, which I feel is sad. You know, no, and Letitia, not to be funny, it's even on an adult level because you got some adults that really still think like kids. And it's just a deep seated issue that some of these women have to stop doing. It's not just the young women; some of these older women is doing it too. I seen that shit clear as day. It's sad. You have to stop lying. Why lie and fuck your kid up in the long run? And some kids will actually resent you for stuff like that. They will literally resent you and take that to their grave. That you just broke a bond and you burnt the bridge. And how could you want to burn a bridge with your child? No, I know, Letitia. I'm just saying, I get where you coming from because that's another problem too. You do have youngins having youngins. That's the sad part. But my thing is, when you know it's coming down to it, you need to be prepared because now you're bringing something into the world that you have to literally raise and watch grow. Like you got to get back onto that. It's sad though. You never want to sit there and just blatantly keep that type of fucking bond away from a kid. Because when they get older, they're gonna hold that over your head. And then guess what? Imagine if they find out the truth when they are young and they questioning you day in and day out and you blatantly lying to them day in and day out. Like I said, how could you sleep with your overall morals and conscience? I know at some points it got to eat you up, and if it don't, then that just goes to show like there's just some evil people in the world that don't give a fuck about nothing but themselves. And I said what I said on that because I feel that way. You know, there's going to be times when people are not always going to see eye to eye, whether they dealing with each other on a real relationship tip or not. But when there are kids involved, y'all got to get the ball rolling. Y'all got to be on the same forefront regardless. Even if you're going to move on with your lives separately, if you got kids, you got to eventually come together. It doesn't matter. And you're going to at some point have to tell them the truth. Hey, Platty, blessings. Just really feel like that's a sad notion that these are the type of things still going on regardless. And see, it always gets overlooked because you look at everything else that's going on. That's a deep seated problem. Like I said, it's time to just move this wrecking ball forward and knock down these obstacles because it's getting critical out here. So a few things I got on display tonight. Another thing I think is being overlooked, even though I can't even say it's rare because it might still be happening. It ain't as big as it used to be, but some of y'all women too, and some of y'all men. Uh, I don't know if some of these prisons still got that pen pal system, but I can remember at one point that was I don't know. It was a good thing to a degree, but it was a bad thing because you had people literally writing each other back and forth, and then at some point meeting each other. And again, how the hell could you want to get married to somebody that you know ain't coming home from jail? That's another thing that kind of boggled my mind. You know damn well you was not prepared to sit here and do no bid with no man, nor no woman. That's on both sides. How could you imagine being married to somebody and then guess what? If you're in a state where there's no conjugals, again, what time are you really getting besides the time you're going to visit them? And that's it. I don't know, mate. Man, that shit crazy out here. Really is. Okay, I see you in here, DB. What's going on, sis? Happy Tuesday. Yo, you know what's crazy? Riz, I can honestly say that's part of it too. But then I look at it still like, you know, you're not going to be faithful the whole time while somebody is behind the wall. And you want to know why you're not going to be faithful? Because at the end of the day, you still have needs that need to be met at the end of the day. That's what I'm saying. Is just I can never understand that. You know, a person possibly not coming home anytime soon because you don't know a multitude of things can happen. But even still, I never understood that part neither. So you about to not say sign over your life, but you about to give your quote unquote life commitment to somebody that you know for a fact ain't coming home, ain't never gonna be able to lay up with you, so on and so forth. Yeah, I'll wait on that one too, because I'm telling you, this world is spooky. Yo, James, salute. I ain't fucking with you, Platty. You you came in here with the madness already. Wow, but it's the truth though, because I remember that was on a surge. Like, oh, you getting married to who? How you getting married in a jail? Like, make it make sense. You getting married in the jail? Like, I don't know. Like I said, it was a good thing to a degree. It was a bad thing because some people actually just made good close friends. Some people actually was able to help people with certain situations as far as the pen pal shit. But then you just have ones of jumping out the window. Oh, I'm ready to marry you. How are you ready to marry somebody that you just started writing to or just even starting to get to know? You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. That was the original catfish. Way before social media. Catfishing literally was starting from jail. You don't know who the fuck you really writing to, who really sending you what, and you just going along with it. No, that's what the part I didn't get. Hey, Patty, blessings. I see you in here, sis. That part I didn't get. I'm like, oh, so you caught that much of a bond with a person, knowing the situation that they're in, and knowing what could possibly be, and you still would go forward. Yeah, that says a lot. That's another mental condition right there too. Because there's no way you can tell me you ready to literally give your life to somebody that's not even gonna be able to give your life or give you anything back in life the way you see fit. Gotta make it make sense. I don't know. But even like I said, when it came down to this situation with the kid, like, and this is in general, it's time for a lot of y'all to stop it. Be real with yourselves. Be real with your kids. If you can't be real with yourself and real with your kids, who else will be? Bro, listen, I understand what you're saying, but again, there's no way you can tell me you are literally, and some people ain't going for that, bro. They want the actual thing. You can't say you married to somebody and you can't lay up with them, you can't wake up with them, or none of that. That's not really even a relationship at all. That's not even a marriage. And then again, if you're in a spot where you know you can't get no conjugals at all, you're basically just loveless. That toy shit don't mean nothing. After a while, ain't nobody gonna want. They want the actual thing. And like I said, it's just crazy. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, but that's the worst business proposition ever. Come on, girl, just marry me. Even though I know I ain't coming home, we can make it work. Can't do that. Because that's like holding back somebody's life too. If you want to be technical, that's holding back somebody's life. How you supposed to move forward with somebody if you the main one moving forward and that one is still stuck where they at? You gotta make it make sense. Yo, Riz, I ain't messing with you niggas say. Paying with the time. Facts, Letitia. That is a fact right there. I'm saying it's weird to me, yo. It really is. Cause you be like, you did this? Come on. Like, man, I can't do this shit. I can't do this.
You can't do what? We do it all the time. What up, brother?
What's good, man?
Discord's running. I sent you an email. So I don't know if you got it or not, but
I gotta check a little bit of everything. I caught me a little afternoon nap. Food coma is real, y'all.
Hey,
you eat the wrong food, you'll be in a coma for a few hours. But I'm gonna definitely check my email out.
We were up till the witching hour this morning with that conversation, and it was healthy. I'm glad we had that conversation.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to hear the report on how the day went after that. So, but on to the subject about education and kids, just like I said to chat, if you're not willing to be a parent, there are people out there that will take advantage of having that imprint on kids. And it's not healthy for them, and it is going to create nothing but misery for parents, especially if they get wrapped up in drug dealing or prostitution or thug life or anything of that nature. I see a whole generation of people that are carrying tackle boxes on their face and they run through the Inkville a couple times, and it's just kind of like, that can't be a healthy choice when you get to about the age of 70 to be looking at all that. But, and everybody has their own flavor. I understand that, but, it just, some things are permanent. You can't undo them.
Exactly. Tattoo on the face? Nah. You can't walk around looking like Mike Tyson, baby. How you gonna get that job you want?
Hey, that Mike Tyson's got it right. You should see some of these kids who've got body piercings on their arms, on their face, on their stomachs, and not just like a belly button ring. but they've got studs that are implanted and stuff, whiskers, and I mean, putting like I don't
Yeah,
even know what to begin. Some of these body
I seen
modifications and stuff.
I seen what you're talking about too. So you walking around here with a mohawk that's literally, yeah, you got an interchangeable mohawk. They do that, like, yeah, I know the little lip disc and the ear disc and all of that. Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah, that was a whole stretch right there.
Well, that's what I'm
Literally a whole
saying.
stretch.
As parents, you're allowing your children to do this to themselves, and the repercussions long term may not be all that appetizing. You know, and you
Exactly.
own that. You own that when you let your child do that kind of stuff. You own that decision.
You're absolutely right on that one.
What's going to happen when they have kids and their kids are kind of like, hey, why does my mom look different from everybody else's mom?
Facts. You know what's crazy? Cause I ain't gonna lie. I know a mother son duo like that. They used to live out here. I'm like, yo. When I say she had, I'm not even gonna hold you. A million piercings and tattoos ain't the word. But then when the son was doing it, I said, oh, it's over. Oh, yeah, this ain't gonna be good. Like, and you look at everybody in the family, then look at her, you like, damn, you wild out for respect. Like, how much? I feel like this. That's too much body. That's too much body ink. You can't even if you get laser surgery. Even if you get laser surgery, Craig, that shit gonna burn your pockets and burn your ass literally. Like laser removal ain't cheap, and that shit hurt.
That's not what scares me, Nate. What scares me is you can buy that tattoo equipment off of Amazon. And these
Oh
kids can
shit!
do it at home, and you know that they're not boiling those needles and sterilizing that equipment.
Yeah, that's true.
The same thing with these drugs. You know, it's one thing to be an adult and know what you're doing and to be doing it in a safe environment, but it's another thing to have a child that doesn't know anything from anything to be out there doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
You know, and if you're doing that in front of your kids, what kind of an example are you setting for them?
big facts. Hey,
You know,
Bree,
and
bless.
you can use that rule. Well, the rules are for thee, not for me. That's like lying to your child.
Repeat that again and say it again. I think they ain't hear that.
Me, but not for me is like lying to your child.
Thank you for saying that for the people that needed to hear that. You heard what that man said. He couldn't have said it no better. Because a lie is a lie regardless.
You know, and if you're going to hide that kind of stuff from your children, you really should think twice about whether you should be doing it to begin with. You know, and that's what I tell my grandchildren. If you won't do something in front of your mom and dad, then don't be doing it.
Yeah. Because it comes with a consequence behind that. Because guess what? You doing something you ain't supposed to be doing. Now they happen to just run down on you out of nowhere. What you going to say then? You know, like it's the same thing with the parents. Like I told somebody, I said, you better be careful what you doing out here, nigga. You know your kid be out here watching and seeing shit and hearing shit. Gotta make sure you do what you're supposed to be doing.
You know, that's the worst part about these participation trophies. These kids are not prepared for the real world. The real world doesn't care. Mother Nature doesn't care whether you have a shirt on your back. I mean, she's not going to go, wait a minute, you know, there's somebody that's doing without. I better wait and have this bad weather tomorrow. That ain't the way it works.
Yeah.
The tax collector ain't going to care if you got a job or not. They're still going to want to pick that money up. You know, and these kids have got to have the tools to be able to deal with this stuff, and they're not getting it. And the schools are pushing them away from that kind of stuff. So, I mean, parents have got to wake up and be parents. And, you know, if that means going to a school board meeting and walking out in handcuffs, I mean, you're talking about the future of our whole existence.
Exactly. That's why I said last night, it was at one point back in the days, it was certain things we was able to not take for granted because we knew for a fact some of us, our parents was definitely popping up certain days, even if it wasn't, even if you wasn't misbehaving, you just had to always worry, damn, I don't want my parent to come up here just in case if I do slip up. Let me make sure they ain't here yet. Let me make sure they ain't here. But then again, like I said, it's the same thing you just said. If it's something you wouldn't be doing in front of them, don't do it at all. That's the sad part about it. I told somebody that shit. I said, man, listen, you're supposed to be making sure you up at your child's school every so often just to make sure everything is running accordingly. Because if something is happening and you don't know it or you unaware of it, how can you try to stop it and prevent it?
No, yeah, but listen to the kids. When they tell you that something's going on at school, don't just blow that off. I mean, when a kid tells you there's something crazy at school, stick your nose in there and say, hey, what the hell's the deal?
Yeah, because you know why? Sometimes you uncover shit too. Like, look how many times teachers done got caught with certain situations, getting caught with kids in the most indecent exposures. Shit getting caught out there, everybody finding out. But sometimes you got parents that don't cover shit like that. Because if something don't seem right, you gotta make sure it's definitely, man, listen, let me make sure this person ain't a threat to my child. Especially if they gotta be amongst my child almost every day.
Well, if you're not aware or you're not involved in the education part of what's going on with your kids, I mean, you're definitely not spending the time with them to make sure that they're learning what they need to be learning. And that's a tragedy because if you don't know whether your child has the skills to be an adult before they get to middle school, high school is going to be rough on them.
What it do, man?
Oh,
hey, man, I want to be rude, man. What is your name for the chat?
Mine?
Craig. That's Craig, man.
I'm the mouthy mean guy in the chat every day, all day.
Yeah.
Craig Durbin?
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, you didn't tell us you was a lumberjack.
Yo, oh hey, don't come in here with that shadow hugging, tree hugging shit, man.
Oh boy, man. Man, since a couple of days now. I just didn't know his name. I didn't know that was you, Craig. What up? Linebacker?
That's me because usually when I'm up here, I'm not as mouthy and mean in the chat as I am when I'm not on the show.
You've been talking a lot of good stuff, man. Because look, the bottom line is you can do it, but people just don't. They don't know they can do it because they're dumbed down by the educational system.
Well, the classes I went to in high school, we had a class size of 178 children. My daughter graduated with 1,600 plus kids in her class.
That's crazy. That's what I'm saying.
The competition on a child. I mean, come on, they could do better than that. What was the money went to Ukraine to say they don't have money for you?
Wait, say that again. You was breaking in and out.
I'm a conspiracy theorist. We're being dumbed down education. We're being this and being that. They're outsourcing the real talent from other countries. So it's part of new order. It comes with it. They're not interested. They're not interested. You have to pay for private school, all that. You want to get your kid in there like that. Well, you did very well under the circumstances. I mean, hats off. But as a conspiracy theorist, we're not okay. Go to high school, go to elementary, go to junior high, go to high school, go to college, then what?
Yeah, we just talked about that last night too.
if you learn off the curriculum. But we're being dumbed down. But you got to fight that. That's not an excuse.
But not just that, but letting these kids go to high school and being talked into going to 4 years of college, that's going to cost them anywhere from $40,000 up, and putting themselves in a debt program that's going to cost them as much as making a car payment or a house payment for 10 to 20 years of the rest of their life.
Yeah. My nephew calls that a tax slave.
That's
It is. It is because think about it. It is because think about it. If I can't pay back that, even if I could pay it back, right? If I don't pay it all back plus the interest, for every little payment I make, it's still gonna be interest added on because I'm still paying on that. And that's why
them the dudes that can always find you. You notice that?
Yeah.
They can always
find you. Mess up your
and they will call you on your new number and ask you about them dividends.
Yeah, that's a whole fact. Hey, Rachel, blessings, sis. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. How you set kids up. We were just talking about that, wasn't we, Craig, last night? Like how you want to set the kids up for failure, basically. Like, I say, even if the parent, guess what? Even if your parent is lucky to have the money to pay for the whole education, right? What are you going to do after college?
Too many people are doing everything right and failing.
Yeah.
Well,
that nothing to do with?
This is the fact that I put out there last night. The Department of Education, with guaranteed student loans, for a year's worth of student loans, 1 year, it's going to cost that child almost $1.70 a day in interest alone.
Hey, the education system is a cash cow.
$1.70 a day. That's the price of a pop a day in interest.
I went to the Philippines, right? I see kids in the third grade coming out, crossing the street, buying whatever they wanted from the store, candy, all that, honey buns and cakes and all that, and going back into the school, and no one messed with them.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's a problem with the educational system. You got to ditch classes to get something to eat.
It is like that over there. That's crazy.
And teachers are freaks. Send all the freak teachers to your neighborhood.
And not just that, but if you don't pack a lunch that's edible for a child, they'll throw the lunch in the trash and make them eat a school lunch and then bill you for it.
Yeah, that's the fucking sad part about it, man.
And they determine what's healthy for your child, not you.
Teachers need to be deputized like the fire department or the police department. They need to be like have a little bit more, say so in this shit. But the people should control that. No, you don't need to ask what the school, but some do.
You got to be aware of the community stand up and say no, because we're alienating our future.
We don't have enough say so in that with the social engineering shit going on.
Just like I said the last few nights in a row, if one person dances, everybody will call them a fool. But if one person gets up and dances and everybody else joins them, they can't make all of us shut up.
Exactly.
They can try, but they can't.
Okay. Yeah. That's why the enemy takes baby steps forward. Never take too much. You take too much, what happens? Just what you said.
Well, they've already done it. I mean, the CRT, the Common Core, basically pushing away the written arts. Calligraphy and handwriting and cursive writing, all that stuff's been sidelined.
Any way they express themselves is illegal. Whether it be graffiti or dance or whatever. I mean, it's looked down upon. Anything positive is under attack too. It's like as a conspiracy theorist, we're getting farmed as a race, as a species. It's only logical.
When they replace arithmetic with pronoun language, something's got to change.
Okay, but it's the reason I believe we're being dumbed down is, look, I put it simply. For me to graduate high school, I had to accept that Pluto was a planet. Craig, where the fuck is Pluto? I'm 50. I studied this shit. What are they telling us, man? Moon landing, fake. I'm halfway
They
messing
want
with you, bro.
children to be able to fall right into a Bernie Sanders trap and feel good about it.
Man, they get to the point they can tell us anything. Trump got documents. Biden got documents. I mean, what are we doing here?
I don't believe any of them in Washington.
Who's running this
There are
thing?
many people that are lining their pockets with cash in Washington.
Yeah, but the money and racism is not an excuse anymore. What's going on here? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they claim that there's a Democrat Party and a Republican Party. They're just wolves and sheep dressed up in costumes.
Yeah.
They're the same flavor of the cup of coffee. It doesn't matter which side you drink out of it. It's the same thing.
Yeah, we'll give it a couple
Popcorn
billion.
salute.
We'll give a couple billion to the Ukraine. Here's your cut. Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, we'll send half of our national debt over to the rich people in Ukraine and the citizens get crapped on. And none of that money going to help the people. It's going to help the oligarchs that are in the Ukraine that are hiding from Russia.
Well, NATO, not NATO. Ukraine broke some kind of treaty by, or something to that effect, as saying they want to join NATO.
No,
Is that what made all this?
bad? Don't let them fool you. That's a red pill.
Yeah,
It is a red pill.
they try to give you a red pill.
The food production that's going on in Ukraine because it's one of the biggest food producing countries in the world, and energy
and minerals.
Energy.
They got
pure energy. Whether it's the electrical that they're producing in the nuclear plants, or if it's the oil they're pumping out of the ground, because Ukraine has got one of the richest oil plants. They are not being truthful, people.
They got oil money too. It's potential.
Why is OPEC building or adding on to an oil refinery off the coast of Texas? Why aren't Americans building oil refineries in Texas? Why are we paying the Saudis to produce their oil into gasoline?
Can ask Biden that.
Being truthful with us.
Yeah, Biden that. That's a simple question. Because I noticed that gas went down right on Black Friday considerably. And then go right back up after the first.
Yeah.
Restart the Keystone Pipeline.
Well, it's all stock market driven, if you ask me.
They do not, and I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat, they do not care about the people they serve. They don't care. And the proof is in the votes. I mean, how do you have two presidential candidates in the same election that have had the most votes recorded ever in the history of our country in the same election?
All elections are fixed.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I want to say Happy New Year's to somebody that popped up in the chat for the first time in forever.
Hello,
at least I know you good, sis, because I've been sitting here looking for you for a minute. Glad that everything is good with you. Hope you're enjoying your 2023, and you already know what it is. But go ahead, y'all.
You know, I'd like to say that Republicans are smarter than the Democrats, but I don't believe it anymore. You know, and now they're fighting over raising the national debt ceiling.
Well, a lot of people are going Republican because of the results. They could at least get something done. So a lot of people are going in that direction.
Whether they agree on anything.
Well, guess what?
Well,
when they can't agree on nothing,
when people go over there and they expose that, what do they do then? So what you're saying is correct. So when
guess what?
Everyone runs over there, take that point of view, whatever bullshit come with it.
I was going to say this.
When nothing gets done.
Well, when nothing gets done, that's when you supposed to pull your resources together, like we were saying last night. Sometimes you're going to have to pull certain resources together and do your own thing. You can't look for these motherfuckers for help. Sorry to say it like that. It's the truth.
Washington, D.C. is not going to solve the problems we have in our country today. and neither is the state governments or the local governments. The people are going to have to change. We are going to have to change as a people. We're going to have to start thinking for ourselves and doing for ourselves.
Thinking for yourself is important, and hard is that to do. If you live your life a certain way, you start trying to change. That's when all kind of shit, crazy, strange shit be happening to you. Try to change something like it don't matter. Yeah, you gotta be strong enough to fight through that.
Look, you see what I was saying earlier about trying to, like, prime example. I say you got some people who are actually financially blessed to try to make change, right? Prime example. If I know I'm coming from money, bro, if I know if I got $500,000 in my pocket sitting right there, half of that money is going towards, I'm gonna try to get a couple spots and try to open some things up. Man. And I don't care how I would have to do it, especially if I know it's for a good change. All right, we need this in the community. We need this. We definitely need this. Oh, we ain't got this. We might need a spot just in case of whatever. Yeah, like you got to keep shit moving.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of buying a Benz or buying a fucking house, don't get me wrong, it's not wrong buying a house, but buy something that's in your means and still do what you need to do.
Yeah, show how it's done. No one's gonna do that in front of a camera. That's what they mean by revolution will not be televised.
Yeah, it don't always necessarily have to be, but it will be televised at some point because guess what? When everybody is seeing what kind of a difference is really being made, now everybody gonna want to be a part of that change.
Yeah, but a 19, 20-year-old get a little bit of cheese, he's gonna want to do that. He just want to experience that.
Yeah.
Well, bottom line is it doesn't cost a damn thing to be a good human.
Papa Will, salute.
No, I don't. No, I don't. That comes to what you taught to home.
Yeah.
You know, and I've said it before, and they can tell you, if your enemy's struggling and you don't stop to give them a hand, are you really better than your enemy?
Well, nope, the circumstances have to cause that. Or the war chapter say,
somebody that's down and out, no matter whether you like them or not.
Yeah. During a crisis, who stood together, who put that shit to the side to save most people's lives they can. Like say a hurricane or something, or a storm or something. There's a chapter in the Art of War where even the enemies work together to get through the storm.
Or a flat tire, or walking in the rain. I mean,
no, you got a flat tire in LA, man. I don't know, man. They could keep it moving, but
we have the tools to do a lot better than that as a society.
It used to be like that. People was nicer 20 years ago.
You know why? Because everybody was because the community was strong enough, because we was more aware enough. We knew if it was certain things that we knew for a fact couldn't get done by anybody else, we had to do it ourselves. And we were showing the best examples at one point. Like I said earlier, even when it comes down to the watchful eye of children, like I don't necessarily got to be your father to correct you if I know you messing up. If I know your father good enough and your father, yo, bro, you know your son over here? I don't care. You can say what you want to say, but guess what? I might have just kept your ass out of trouble just in case. Like I said, nobody's doing that no more. Even to the simplest thing like that, nobody's doing that. Me making sure I got watchful eyes out in case I think my kid might not be doing what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, you're supposed to trust them, but you're still supposed to have a watchful eye out for them because there are different things happening in the world now.
And that's my biggest beef with the religion. And that's why, my faith is not tied to religion, because it used to be that if you had a member in your church that had a barn fire or something happened, the church would come together and make sure that was propped up and taken care of. Nowadays, the only thing the church cares about is people coming in and giving 10% of their income to the church. And if you don't do that, then you're not part of the in crowd.
They'll politely tell you to beat it.
So,
see, this is why I said I didn't really take heed to religion in the first place, because you don't necessarily have to even be in the church to worship. No, I'm saying for most people, you don't have to be in a church to worship and do whatever. You got your good book with you. You reading your scripture, you doing, and you moving accordingly. You good. You are literally. There's no need for it. It's not about religion because I'm not even being funny. It's not about everybody has their personal beliefs. I get that, but for me overall, I don't believe in not a mere religion. I just believe there is a higher power,
yeah,
and
you got to remember most of the world don't have that choice.
I grant that. Listen. I said, even though I know everybody has their general beliefs, not saying I'm not discrediting nothing. Me overall, I'm just more of a religious and spiritual person. I know there's a higher power. That's it. That's just me. I don't have to follow.
I always ask the question to certain people. If you can't read, you can't go to heaven. And I got bluntly told. I got bluntly told by some Christians. I'm a Taoist man, but anyway.
I don't care. I don't care if you're going to heaven or not. What's going to happen tomorrow doesn't matter when there's things right in front of my face today.
I'm like, that's not what's the word I'm looking for? Logical. But I don't know.
Cutting the fuck up in here. Yes, Platty, you beige. Yes.
Look at chat. Platty.
Beige pride all day. That's all I'm playing.
Beige pride. I'm in between you and Craig. Beige pride. But to the brown people of the world rise up.
Yo, Josh, salute.
Anyway.
Nah, but it is the truth though. Like I said, even when it came down to stuff like that, it was hard for us. For some of us, it was hard to get away with certain shit we thought we was gonna get away with because it was always somebody. Yo, I seen your child over here. Your child in the gambling spot. What? That's a gambling spot. Like serious.
No, don't come down to the gambling spot. Get pulled out. No. No, that's I remember days. I just never happened to me, but I've heard stories as a child. You know what I'm saying? Go to neighbors acting up, and the neighbors whoop your ass.
Yeah, especially when it came down. Oh, you was disrespecting. Oh, you hold up.
Oh no.
You got twice the whipping. Oh, so you want to disrespect adults? Come on now.
Man, I had one of the grandmas tell you one time, you get goofy and keep doing what you're doing, boy. Just get up, boy. The aura change. Go and get your switch, boy. I was having fun, Craig, man.
No, either.
But logic has the rule, man. And if it's not logical and they can't explain it, they're lying. The powers that be, man. They're doing a lot of that.
Yeah, that's why you always I always say keep that third eye open because that third eye a lot of times let you know certain shit right then and there. And it's just sad because, like I said, when we know they can't come together and make something right for the people, we the people supposed to do that shit ourselves. We got to get back to where we was at before.
Instead of picking your cell phone up and recording some stupid incident, put the cell phone down and stop it. There's just too much stupid stuff going on, and part of it's social media. And I'm grateful that I didn't grow up with that as being a teenager, but some of that stuff's just got to stop. Some of it's got to change. There's too many of these young people that are putting every teardrop of theirs on social media, and people are hunting like dogs.
Well, it's right now at this point, it's a huge experiment. It's not that old. Everything we're saying is being, quoted, studied, for the AI to spit back. I mean, it's a computer watching. It's not actually a person watching us, most likely. But we being watched right now.
But you know what's so funny though? Like I said, if you are watching, then you should be hearing exactly what the people have been saying forever. or at least most of the like-minded people have been saying and trying to fight against forever. You know, like I said, at some point you're gonna want to make certain changes that's gonna be beneficial. And if they can't do it, the people gonna have to do it. Like I said, if you're fortunate to have the money and you can open up some businesses or even some situations for prime example, if I knew I had the money, I would open up 3 spots and all them shits would be for people with real severe mental health issues that shouldn't be on the streets. Yeah, you ain't gonna be locked up, but you ain't gonna be in society right now. You're gonna be amongst your own only because um, you are a danger to yourselves and others. And a lot of people, like I said, like me, I'm not going to want to have to put my hands or have to possibly harm you. And
if you're in that situation, you have to want to get help, or they what you call it? What's the word? Subconsciously looking for rock bottom. That makes sense. Some people, when they're going down, they subconsciously look for rock bottom, which is jail or worse.
If you're lucky. I mean,
People who are going down,
things.
they're confused.
All the that's running around in our country. I mean, if you're lucky, you can get out of it with either going to jail or dying without being miserable. But some of that stuff can leave you messed up for life.
Yeah. You ain't getting the right advice. It's a wrap.
That's why I said the community, like the difference between the quote unquote generations that we want to talk about is all in all. We technically still have the torch in our hands to try to change things. We know things have kind of went a little left, but it's still a way for even the smallest amount of people to turn the whole gap around. Like I said, everybody just got to be on the same accord. Like I said, if I know I could buy a business and make that shit happen, and then guess what? It opens up more doors and opportunities. That's what you're supposed to do. Even if one go belly up, guess what? You still got the rest of them to look forward to, because those are the things you want to leave. Even when you decide to leave this earth, guess what? That's going to be something that's going to be held on for generations. That's something that could basically help everybody in society, not just here for the future. Think about that, man. So it's called prosperity and generational prosperity and wealth. Got to educate these kids one way or another.
Here's a simple way to look at it. Go back and look at the debt. Let's take, for instance, the year 2000 national debt. Look at that number and then look at our national debt today.
Yeah. Shit is crazy.
Not making good decisions for us in Washington.
So they blame Carrero for that?
I blame all politicians for that, and I blame the corporations that are running the politicians, because these politicians are in the pockets of the corporations. They're not doing this for the common people.
I hear a couple new variants out there.
Obamacare is not about giving insurance to everybody. Obamacare is about bailing out insurance companies that were failing.
There you go. That's from Clinton era.
And why do we get one option per state? Why don't we have multiple options per state? Why is the federal government in the middle of our health care to begin with? Why do they get to dictate to doctors how they treat us?
Exactly. And not even just the doctors.
It's a paperwork mess. They bring you through the system like a digit. If you got a shiesty healthcare, they're gonna give you all kind of unnecessary tests and all kind of shit.
But then you know what's healthcare. I mean, it's a pharmaceutical drug business. Is what it is. You go to the doctor, they give you a pill, and then that pill gives you a problem. You go back to the doctor.
Yeah, but
the doctor will write you a prescription, but you still got to go to the pharmacy and get that. That's the sad part about it. Then guess what? If you got certain medications, you're gonna have to take either, let's say, lifetime or just for a small time frame. Those shits do not be fucking cheap. If you don't have a copay, if you don't have a zero copay, those shits is not cheap. Those shits is expensive. Even the creams and stuff. You need a cream, a topic cream, or whatever the case is. You crazy? That's what, like I said the other day in my live. I said, how that shit is almost $70. price of a pair of sneakers. Fuck it.
What's that happening?
Nate, I take one pill twice a day. That the half price is almost $800 a month for that pill. Twice a day.
That's crazy.
And that's one pill. I take another medication that's an inhaler that's $600 a month, half price. And then I'm taking Chantix for my smoking. That is almost $175 a month. Plus, I've got a nicotine patch on top of that that's $80 a month.
Yeah, that's why I said these medications don't be cheap. Whether it's the pills, whether it's the creams, whether it's certain things you gotta inject. Like you be like, nigga, what's wrong with y'all? Like, why am I paying almost the price of a sneakers plus the outfit for just one specific thing, and then you ain't even giving me but so much? Man,
And, you know, because I'm self-employed, you know what it would cost me to get just insurance that would cover a catastrophic event? No copays, no pharmaceutical deductions whatsoever. And $650 a month. And deductible before I get any kind of help with paying for any kind of coverage is $14,000 a year.
Damn, I'm glad I'm a veteran. Shit, I was complaining about that. When something really happened, I get some health care option.
So yeah, shit crazy.
And that's what making insurance affordable for every American's about.
Yeah, man. I do
better out of pocket.
But the pay for a doctor in the United States is highest in the world. But they too are getting affected because some of these robotics can do that shit, just a lot of shit they do, all the same. For the medical industry. Like you can get doctors that could do, they get robots that could do brain surgery. Instead of having 10 doctors, all you need is one.
We don't have doctors anymore. We have people that get on Google and look up symptoms, and they give you a pill. It's like we don't have mechanics anymore. They look at a computer and then replace a part. It's a parts changer.
That's social engineering. I mean, it's like they're going to run you through these certain numbers, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the nurses and the aides and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
they get
come in with a code. Yeah, they have a code for everything already. But it's going to get more so where
Yep, I just heard a report that the Department of Infrastructure, and roads and bridges and all that kind of stuff, has said that if they mass produce electric vehicles like they're planning on doing, our highways won't be able to handle the weight.
I figured they were lighter if it was electric car.
Electric cars are heavy.
And what are they going to do with the battery waste?
They don't care. They have to send that stuff to space. There's nowhere to dispose of lithium on the planet. And there's a finite amount of lithium on the planet to begin with.
They're going to feed it to you. That's how evil they are.
But you know what's crazy? It's certain things you're going to have to start watching out for what you're eating too, because it was something that was being said, and it was more than one occasion that they were saying something about certain cereals having the type of chemicals that you would use for like either painting or plastering and shit like that. Not cool.
What, lead poisoning?
Nah, not even. Say nah. You laughing? No, this is something that it could possibly kill your ass if it's enough. It's one of them. It's something that you use for the painting job and stuff like that.
Like you talk about arsenic, yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying, that's not funny. You mess around and get enough of that, and you possibly die. Shit.
Man,
I wouldn't shut up. If you got something to say about the medical department, say it.
Oh, the medical department?
You just say something in the chat, and if somebody's rude to you or inconsiderate, they just won't be tolerated.
Wait. What the hell happened?
She said that there's in the chat. She said not only are they not cheap, but there's no fix. I could go deep into the medical industry scam, but I'll shut up.
Oh, okay.
We're not here to shut up. We're here to talk about things and bring it out into the sunlight. That's the best cleansing for anything, is to bring it out into the open light and let the sun deal with it.
But guess what, Bree? You can say what you want to say, even if it's in the chat. It doesn't matter. Like I said, everybody's entitled to their own free thoughts and everything else. We got respect for each other in here. But I just peeped the messages. I'm trying to catch up with the chat. I see y'all over here talk about corn dogs and everything else, and they ain't even offer your boy nothing. Oh man, shout outs to old Ronan.
Yeah. I hope you come back, Ronan. And you know what, Bree, if you want to hit the link, I'm sure Nate will drop the link for anybody that wants to come up and have a conversation. You know, it's not in Craig show, it's the Nate show. He can have as many people up here as he wants, and I could drop out even if need be. So we want people to be aware of what we see every day, and to bring some light to it and start some change. Because that's the only way that we're going to change what's going on, is for people to stand up and say, I'm not going to deal with this.
Nah, Bree, listen, you don't necessarily even have to pop up. If you feel free to say whatever in the chat, you good. You, like I said, it's a family over here. Oh man, turn the camera off. Turn the damn camera off, man. Stop scaring me before Halloween, man.
Happy New Year. I got some pertinent questions for you. Hey, my homeboy here. I see you did new fresh. Okay. Okay.
The cluster got messed up. Got an indicator light showing, so it's fucked up. I'll warn you.
Hey man, my boy got a 666 Subaru with the you want to go 120? We can do that. I'm live right now. Cats from the East Coast.
Right.
Want to give a shout out?
Going on, it's Brian.
My boy V. You know what I'm saying? I'll talk to you later, man. Just blessed the boy with some incredible. He just thought he needed. Boy, oh boy, it's a fat nugget. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. But it's not. But as far as the educational system, we're being dumbed down. You got to try your best in school. And teachers will still.
That's what. Even besides that, old head, we know that part. But guess what? It still got to be. The parents still gonna have to be a vocal part of their kids' life, regardless. They're gonna have to teach too.
You know, my school experience was a little bit different. I had an identical twin. He was always switching classes, all kind of shit. I think I missed like 2 goddamn, excuse my language, semesters of math. Math illiterate to this day. Go write too. I was gonna take a plenty of writing classes. He did the math. And we graduated. This went on from probably junior high all the way through high school. When we left school, Nate, we both had to agree that Pluto was a planet. That's all I'm saying. We dumbed down, man. They're telling your ass literally anything. Once you believe in a bullshit, you get to graduate. When other countries, bilingual, you know what I'm saying? If school is serious, they got to pay for their school. It's not just, some other guys decide how much the school district gets. You got to pay out the pocket straight up for your schools. Your kid coming home with no bad grades. That's literally fucking off money, boy. Nate, they had to pay for your kid's school, right? Come home with throw some D's on it, one of them report cards, right?
I got an F+.
What you gonna say, Nate? Now, Nate, don't spare the rod, Nate.
You know,
so you want to?
A stands for average.
I just messaged you, Nate. Hey, man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. From successful kids that I've met,
Yeah.
They said, man, what your parents should do, they whoop your ass. Like, that's like, no, the worst thing you could do for your child when they fuck up is give them a lecture. They hate that shit. They gotta sit there and listen to all that bullshit.
You gotta
It's
give
worse
him one of
than
them Uncle
ass
Phil moments.
Yeah, he said he's worse than ass whipping or being grounded.
Wait, you leaving, Platty? Oh.
She thinks she's leaving. I don't know.
Yeah, my worst
She
ass
just
was
got
ever
butt.
got was
All I
because I
see is
listened
butt squeezes for everyone. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, worst spankings ever got because I let my grandma and my mom down. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck.
What do I have?
Grandma died became
Oh shit! Shout out to my plug again. Oh, my chest bust open. Ah.
I think I'm gonna try some of this out right now. Hey, Craig, what state you in?
Right now, I'm in Indiana, but I live in Kansas.
You ever been? Teresa?
Where?
Teresa. She be here sometime on this channel, but she's from Kokomo.
I don't know that I do.
Indianapolis. I've been to Indianapolis. I ain't been to Indiana. Now, Indiana's very. Tell us about Indiana.
Yeah, I'm in the northeast part of Indiana, like right on the border of Michigan.
Okay, it's an interesting area because you got a lot of militias and shit like that.
I don't know anything about that. My kids
No,
live
yeah,
here,
yeah.
and
But you know
I
that
live in Kansas. My wife was from Detroit, and she grew up in Reading,
okay.
Michigan. So
Yeah, but y'all get 4 seasons. Leaves turn red in fall. Wintertime you get snow. Springtime, the winter you get the whole.
yeah, we don't get much spring in Kansas. We don't get much spring. We don't get much fall. Usually it's summer and winter.
It get hot or it get cold. Mosquitoes come out, then they go. It's just.
I've seen 90 degrees in March, and I've seen snow in June. So,
snow is
and the same with the fall.
So how you feel about global warming?
How do I feel about global warming? I think that it's a racket. I think that it's just another way for companies to line their pockets with big amounts of cash, and the common people are paying the price for it.
Yeah, because they said we're out of the drought now here in Cali.
Consider this: the California residents are no longer allowed to use charcoal to barbecue with.
Yeah.
And also cannot have a gas grill unless it uses a 1 pound propane bottle.
Now, what sense does that make? And then you explain why. The only logical answer I have for that, as a conspiracy theorist, is the reason I don't want you to have all that shit because they're planning the next protest or shit you can't handle because they're using that as a tactic to,
What good is grilling on a 1 pound propane bottle? You're just gonna have to buy 40 of them a week.
No, it's okay. You can use it for other things.
And they're saying that that's all in the name of climate control. It doesn't matter if you have a 1 pound bottle of propane or if you have a 15 pound bottle of propane.
No, a bottle of propane, you can make a bomb with it.
Yeah, but you can't buy more than 2 bottles of propane at Walmart without them reporting you to the ATF.
So they tightening up on that shit for whatever. It might be a money grab.
And not only that, but now they're telling you that it's toxic to have a gas stove in your house because of children.
That's bullshit. They knew a lot on the electric grid. They're putting a lot on the electric grid. They're trying to be high tech and all that. Nothing futuristic that they try to invent is actually how it looks like when you get in the future. Does that make sense?
What did they tell us in the 80s? We were killing the rainforest and we weren't going to have any oxygen because they were using all those trees for paper.
Yep.
And guess what? We haven't lost the rainforest yet.
Yeah, but it's looking, hey, I do believe that the coral reef is fucked up.
And
I
what
do
they're
believe that.
claiming our planet's going to burn up from is like 100,000th of a temperature.
Well, keep it a $1.50 with you. I think that the holidays, the Easters, the Christmases, the 4th of July's, the marketing and all that shit, going overseas with the new cars, that's what's destroying the planet.
I don't think anything is destroying the planet. I think the planet's just fine. The planet could be just fine whether we're on it or not.
No, there's a lot of plastic toys in the trash on January 26th.
Yeah, even with the trash, I mean, the planet's still going to be here when we're long gone.
Yeah, excuse me, tree hugging, but yeah, our national club, all that, and you ain't getting another dime out of that. But the wake up call was British Petroleum causing an oil spill that's still out there, and nobody said nothing. Look at them now.
Well, they just had a big oil spill from the Keystone Pipeline that's not supposed to be running. Biggest land oil spill ever recorded in history. And the bigger than the oil spill that they had in the ocean.
That's not good.
What happened is that they were testing the pipeline to see if they could start it up again when the oil spill occurred.
It's an uncontrollable oil spill. The world's going crazy. How can they stop this? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna kill us all. They don't
make these decisions because they care about the common people. They make these decisions because they're making billions of dollars on it.
Oh shit! Oh, that felt good.
And that's what gives you gray hairs. I know.
No, you get gray hairs just by following the French fries. I don't know what you're talking
about. 2 years ago,
and then you get gray hair faster than kids.
2 years ago, Roland, for me to plant corn on my farm in Kansas, the fertilizer cost me about $2,400. Last year, to plant corn on my farm in Kansas, the fertilizer alone cost me almost $9,000.
What you growing?
Corn. Fertilizer alone was almost $9,000. That didn't include any seed. That didn't include any pesticide or herbicide. That was just fertilizer.
So how far and why would you have to look to find another fertilizer?
Huh?
How far would you have to look? It was all tax or what? It's all tax?
Because we pre-ordered it 2 years ago. There are a lot of farmers that didn't even get fertilizer because it wasn't even available. So, I mean, they're making people rich, and it's not the people that need to be rich. The people that they're making rich are already rich.
What you mean? What in the hell? Hold on. Let me pause this real quick. What you mean? What the hell are we talking about? First of all, how you falling asleep, my man? If you fell asleep, you should have been listening. Yeah, you shouldn't have lost. I could be falling asleep and still know what the hell conversation's going on. I just don't be paying attention.
Yeah, let's go to the chat and just do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Then you just come back. We can relate.
Well, I'm messing with you too.
I gotta mess with it real quick. Shoot. Hey, Rachel, if you want to pop up too, sis, you're more than welcome. Like I said, because I know part of it, like I said, it's just open panel discussions right now. And part of it, like I said, is things that everybody's going to have to resonate with.
Man, hey, Papa, you can come up here any minute. We welcome you to be up here, brother. You always got something good to add. The work can come up here too. You guys know how to click that button. We'll get Angel up here. We'll have some conversations about what's going on over in the UK. They've got a bunch of crazy stuff over there.
But Craig, is there how can I put it? What needs to be opened up to get the thing flowing in the right direction?
What do I see?
The state doesn't care. What needs to open up? Because people's minds need to open up that if you accept what's going on, because you're on that side of the coin, what are you gonna do when it happens to you? Because that's what's looking like next. Is different. People have these businesses they think will last forever, but a new technology will come, a new idea. I mean, you could be
I
looking at
think
something
until we
else
can get
besides
a
computers.
government that works, I think until we can get a government that works for what we pay people on welfare, and they work part time and they go home the rest of the year, and they make laws that are sensible and practical.
Yeah, but on a large scale, those people are just coerced to be consumers. No matter your lifestyle, you still need Crest toothpaste. Crest hates your
To be a
motherfucker.
consumer right now, I think that people need to be smart and start producing what they consume.
Now that's
And
true, but it's easier for a sensible public to do that. But on some note, they gotta deal with these mad scientists out here, egomaniacs. Ain't never did shit for nobody.
the only way that's going to change is to educate people.
Yeah,
And that's what we're talking about. And
that's
it's
what you mean
not
by being
just for
what you mean
children.
by being woke. But say you
Woke isn't woke. I'm sorry.
Woke?
Woke is not woke.
conscious as in seeing the big picture and where you fit in.
Woke, if you want to look at woke, look at what's going on in Hollywood, where they're kicking movies out and they're not even going into the theaters because
No, that's woke. That's not woke. That's not woke. That's fluff.
You can't even say nothing right. Look at you. Look at you.
That's fluff.
I don't even like that term.
No,
Because I don't think it's realistic.
That's mind control, Craig. That's just mind control. That's just what you know. What I'm saying, catch your attention. You know what hypnosis is, right?
I don't even like the word woke because I don't even think that it's a realistic concept. I think woke is just an excuse for all these kids that got put in timeout and want to cry.
Okay.
They need a cry room so they can think that they're woke.
Okay. This is woke. This is woke. Okay. Well, Flavor Flav said, "I know what time it is." That's woke. I got no better explanation. Flew over your head, didn't it, Nate? Huh, youngin?
It didn't fly over nothing.
Flew over your head. When Flavor Flav said, "I know what time it is," he had a clock on his chest. I know what time it is. That's woke. You know when you're watching. What's up, Pops?
I was waiting for Papa Will to say something after you finished talking about him. No,
I can't tell who's talking. All I see is a street light. Who is that?
Is it day or is it night?
Yeah,
That's
who is
Rosie.
that?
That's old wipes.
Oh, okay, that's 22, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, me and Nate
You
had
ain't
a.
answering my
Hey,
question.
Nate, you don't want no more. You around too, Nate?
You lost last night. Why you think I walked
You
out
know
the track?
last night. Yeah. Are you still mad about that? I forgot about that, Nate.
22,
First of all,
don't be avoiding me, man. I'm up here live now.
No.
You don't answer my question,
I'm with you, Pops. Just Nate know me and Nate know what's going on.
Yeah, but
no, we
you
don't.
know,
First of all, I walked out of a whole chat and was still already toasting you. When I know the host is laughing and the chat is laughing,
I told
you
the
know.
whole chat and this.
You was going back and forth with
talking about
somebody.
the chat last night.
Oh yeah,
You was going back and forth with somebody else. I don't even know who the dude was.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I was
22
going at it with
boiling
Nate.
last night for some reason.
I was going at it with Nate. These cats would have jumped in, man, but Nate was giving that heat.
Exactly.
I like calling him old head
That was
because I
me.
know he's younger than me.
Yeah, Nate. I ain't
looks
scared of
old.
you, Nate.
No, I told you his name was Old Wipes until further notice. You know, like shit, his name was Old Wipes.
Hey, I ain't gonna take it to me the old white from you, Nate. Tuesday.
Your name is 22 average. You know, I don't know what's going on over here, man.
Yeah.
Like, shoot.
Yeah, I know it ain't because he's having hallucinations about when he used to be 22, is it?
He probably is.
You
A
talk
little
like,
asshole back there.
you like me, you talk like you never got past a
Little
certain
asshole back there. They had no dirt on me.
Uh-huh. So Nate, 22, I'm gonna ask you this live now because I'm trying to give you some props. Are you a veteran?
What combat veteran?
Oh well. Thank you for your service, man. Shit, damn.
Thank you. I thought you knew. I told you that when I first met you, Pops.
Well, that was a
You
long
said,
time ago. You know how many words I've read since then?
what's your
Shit.
drill sergeant's name?
Who the what?
What's your drill sergeant's name? Hey, thanks, Brian.
Good. I don't remember. Last name was Robinson. Drill Sergeant Robinson. He the one made me drill corporal because I told him two things.
I had a
One,
white.
I get tight, and two, don't mispronounce my name or else I won't answer up. See, type, so.
When I was in basic training, had a white drill sergeant named Sergeant Subtle. He was Special Forces Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
He had the patches, all that shit. He put him said, "Look here," like all in my face and shit. He said, "Stop saying thank you and please, and start saying asshole." That's how he trained us, man.
Where'd you take your training at?
It was at Fort Dix.
Oh, okay. So you was airborne?
Yeah, I'm airborne.
I heard that.
82nd, first 325 Airborne Infantry Regiment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't worry, you got a personal invitation. Native season has returned. Get your old ass up here whenever you feel like popping up on the fucking link.
Let's put it in the air, all the smokers. Let's put it in the air since we can't see each other. I'm gonna cam up. Let's put it in the air.
Man, I'm cross-eyed right now.
Come on, man. You should know me
All
already.
right, Nate, I'm with you. See, I only smoke when people, you know, I can smoke with people nowadays. You know.
I just gotta keep it off camera, like I said. Gotta show an example.
Okay, I'll take it off camera because I don't want nothing to happen to you. We both be sitting over in this fucking sideline, picking our nose and picking our friends.
What it do, Vision?
I took all of my training in one building at Fort Polk, Louisiana.
That's a terrible post.
Mm-hmm. It's the hardest core ass fucking infantry post you could be.
Hey, they got a movie about that. Pops
Man,
called
salute
Tiger
Nate.
Salute
Pops.
Pops.
Salute to everybody in the panel. You know, y'all can keep out.
Hey, Fort Polk, they put hands on you.
Yeah, they would. I put hands on motherfuckers too.
They don't give a fuck. They with the business.
Yeah, they man.
A private is a private in that motherfucker kicking your ass.
But when I went there, they was preparing us to go to Vietnam, so they was a little more hardcore than soft and easy.
Watch the movie Tigerland. That's what it's about. They was going. It was at Fort Polk. The cats were going to. They was drafted, and they got put into the base trade. It's different when you drafted, like that Russian shit right now. When you drafted, you are there. Now, you ain't there because you signed up.
Right.
You there because you fit the description as a soldier.
That's what I couldn't understand about a lot of motherfuckers when I went in. They didn't get drafted. They all joined to be idiots in a situation where we might all get killed one day. So I started thinking, man, I'm gonna start killing you motherfuckers before they send us to Vietnam. So I don't have to worry.
Man, that was the last major conflict when I joined. I did not think there would be a war. Then as soon as I joined, they was like, "Got you, nigga." But I was like, "Well, fuck it." At some point, I accepted I had to fucking. When I'm in the middle of
we survived.
I found my ass in the middle of the desert, $800 in my pocket with absolutely nothing to spend it on. 130 degrees damn near, some crazy ass temperature. Yeah. And I just look and like, I might not even come back from this motherfucker. What? Fuck my head up viciously.
Say y'all ever got in a gunfight and somebody arm or leg blew off by y'all or some shit?
Say that from the start. You talking about people getting accidentally shot up?
Someone got hit with a missile. Somebody was trying to defect from their country and come this way, and they ignored the warning shots and they got hit with a missile.
You mean in combat? Accidentally.
Yeah, I'm talking about at war. Like y'all saw somebody like from your platoon or something, they throw a grenade or something, they jumped on it trying to save the platoon and shit.
Now you understand, son, you fighting Americans. fighting America, son.
I'm gonna tell you, I didn't go to war. I was one of those guys that wanted to go to Vietnam and kill people that they wouldn't let go do that.
People even know the 52
You must have had a
bombers.
disability.
I'm sorry.
You must have had a mental disability.
I do. I had PTSD when I went in there.
That's why they didn't let you kill nobody. You probably would have snapped on one of them.
Yeah.
And the United States got these 52 bombers, right? You don't want that.
Smoking on their goods, you know.
You don't want that.
Yeah. You got it. They didn't want nobody like me going to damn Vietnam because they made movies out of motherfuckers like me later.
What's up, Vision? What
you know over here? You know how we do it over here? Saluting on the stick.
What we do?
You know
oh, there we go.
Like,
what it do, man?
Cool it, old school.
Yeah. Watch yourself, sir. Cuss your ass out right now.
Mm-hmm.
No reason. Let's throw that out there. You know what I'm saying? You know you my guy.
Man, what y'all think about? What y'all think about the state of
We really think you better stop inhaling so deeply when you're on a live conversation.
Catch yourself, son.
Breathe lightly.
It's mirroring.
Look, how you feel from y'all two, you know, wisdom, you know, and understanding of certain situations of being a coach or a counselor in a situation? In these days and times, how do y'all look at the relationship state of I'm gonna say for our urban community, like on
relationships?
I'll mute myself till it's my turn to speak, okay? Because
I want to ask you over here, what you feel like in your lifetime were the principles, morals of relationships within the Black household went bad in your eyesight? And then Pops, you next. You know how it goes.
In the 80s when crack hit, destroyed the family structure.
So you feel like though, but all right, even though say it was what 45%, because 60%, 65% was still doing what they were supposed to do at that time. You know, on certain uprisings and keeping the structure together. So they overcame it at, you know, later, like around the 90s, it started slowing down with the crack epidemic. But the relationship status of Black people, in my mind, you know what I'm saying? How I look at it, it ain't never, since you said from then, it ain't never really come back no more on some shit. These days, people just get a person just to have somebody that they could depend on. Like, love is dependency out here these days. What you think about that over here, Pop?
Let me figure out a good approach here, because you asked like 4 questions. For me, families breaking apart started in the 60s. I seen it. My sister had a daughter and a man, and something happened between them, and I was young. I was only like 4 years old, and I can remember this like it happened last week. But something happened between them that he didn't want to stay with her if she was going to keep their baby. So she dumped her baby, my little niece, at a woman's house to go be with this man that was fucking all these other chicks. And I think that the 60s created a couple things. One, it created sagging pants, and 2, single family homes, you know, with the mother, before they started going after the man that when he had a job or some jail time when they came up with another get a nigga clause. So what I think is in the generation after me stopped saying yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir. The people born in 1955 and 1965 fucked up American indigenous people culture in my view from what I saw. Not my opinion of what I thought, but from what I saw happening during that time period and what we were being influenced by psychedelics in the TV networks, which therefore spilled over into the music.
Yeah, basically after World War II.
Look, I'm gonna say it like this: like, what region? Would you feel like that's a
mind control?
Which was an up north or down
money.
south?
Money.
I'm talking about what region. You hear me, Pop? I'm talking about what region.
Wait, look, hold on, wait, bro, wait. Hold on, wait. Now you know I gotta intervene now. Now y'all can't talk over each other because I can't hear not a damn thing what's going on.
Sorry, I apologize.
Y'all already know the rules and regulations. You see Craig been quiet the whole time. He probably on mute. I don't even know if he on mute. And even if
Craig,
he is, that's
man, he good.
Craig's got
I'm saying, but I can't hear nothing if y'all all going over each other again. Like, let's try this again.
I'm sorry, man. Was that me? I did
First
that?
of all, let me fake reset the room like it's fake Clubhouse in here. If you new to the channel, come on. If you're new to the channel, like, share, comment, and subscribe. Shout outs to the people in the shadows watching. Y'all already know what it is. Now y'all can go back to the conversation, but again, y'all can't talk over each other because I can't hear which one of y'all saying what right now.
Okay, my bad.
I talk about this subject because I've done a lot of research and study on it. From about 1920 to about 1963, the African American culture was the fastest, smartest growing portion of our population as a country. There were more smart, better athlete, and as a whole, more family-oriented culture than any other race in the country. And when Johnson took office and they came out with welfare, they wiped all of that off the map completely, erased every bit of that progress.
Yep, that's an undercut. Yep.
And that's a fact. I don't care what anybody says or anybody wants to think about that. When welfare became a status quo for the African American culture, it eliminated all progress that they'd made in 40 years.
That's not to mention the redlining, the it's a lot of stuff that came with that. But they never answered why, and they're still doing it to this day.
I think that they were afraid.
Yeah, but I think that white people are a victim of this too, in the sense that a certain person or a certain image has to be what leads you. You say, they turn this black person away. They turn a lot of other people away too that are probably capable of leading better than what they're doing.
And now our status quo is that they let these terrible criminals out of jail, and the people that are locked up for senseless bullshit are rotting away.
You see
example they won't nationally legalize marijuana because
Project Innocence.
Hold on. Let me intervene real quick, y'all. Let's think about the people. Like I said, even if the people, it's not just what you just said, Craig. You got people who literally weren't innocent. They do not a damn crime. Look how many people are coming home from crimes that everybody thought they committed. They ain't commit shit. Either it's because of lying testimony, or because back then, like I said, technology definitely doesn't play the role. Because guess what? Back in the day, you only had to go by certain things. Now you can find out who sold your mama the last bag of dope if she died. Like, shoot, I'm serious. Like, technology has really boomed in a crazy way. But back in the day, it was just even if it was hearsay, oh, we got our perk. Yo, call God, salute.
Well, a lot of that stuff will come to an end when this technology kicks in with the cops used to be stupid. They're not stupid no more. Yeah, let's get a DNA. But you thought in these times when they can do all that, crime would go down. But look at the circumstances causing more crime.
You got some people that don't want to. I'm gonna be honest with you. You got some people who actually are scared to really come forward, even when it comes to that, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. You got some people that literally know certain situations, and instead of opening their mouth, they'll just sit there and keep it quiet.
Yeah, but I'm just at a point in my life where I just don't care. I'm going to say what I think, and
the people on the other side of it,
because I just don't care what people think.
You can't afford to care.
If you want to throw me in jail at this point in my life, I don't care.
Thinking for yourself.
If you're not part of the
we doing it again. Hey, old head. You know the rules, bro. Don't make me have to clip your ass today. I'm trying to hit.
Away, man. Why you gonna tase me?
I might. You messing up the rules already.
My bad.
Damn, son. Put the weed down. It's all love, baby. Put the weed down, baby. What's wrong with you? Let the man finish his sentence, nigga, and you come in and nigga. Everybody about to get off my damn stage today. I'm tired of y'all. Nah, but let him finish his sentence, man.
You the one talking?
No, but nigga, I hear unless if that's not you talking, listen, if that's not you talking while he was just talking, mute your mic.
It's probably me.
I'm hearing something extra.
See, I'm a gangster and a gentleman, bro.
Man, you made him lose his point, man.
No, I didn't. I'm telling you, because you are yo, bro, you literally talking while he's still talking. He didn't even finish the sentence. That's why I'm telling you, even if it's not you talking, mute the mic so I can hear something.
Okay, my bad. I didn't want to forget my point, so that's why I do that.
I got a fully loaded clip. I'll be on that shit. Now back to you, Craig. My bad. God damn it.
I'm at a point in my life where I don't care what people think about what I have to say. I'm going to speak what I know to be true. And if it's not true, then somebody can correct me on it. But, I spend a lot of time studying history because I'm worried about where we're headed as a people.
Yo, still salute.
I'll say social engineering. Too many things are. Okay, put it this way. It went from Tom and Jerry to Bugs Bunny to The Simpsons. Now it's Family Guy, which is a little bit deranged.
Why didn't you do that? You talking the same thing about predicting shit, right?
Yeah, why they get to do that? What is he steps towards making shit fucked up, and then act like they don't know anything? We explain to the same people who fucked you up why shit is fucked up.
That's a question listen. That's a question that's gonna always remain unless everybody gonna stay on the forefront and really get to the bottom part of it. I always did find that weird. I ain't gonna lie. I did find that weird to some degree. It did depict certain things. It was a show, like I said, it was a show, and I'm not gonna lie. I think that's the reason why they got that show off TV because it was on Comedy Central. But it predicted, may he rest in peace. It predicted Kobe Bryant death and how he was going to die. And that shit was
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was cool.
Hey, I remember the morning Kobe Bryant died. It was hella foggy. It was a hella foggy. I was getting ready to take my wife to work, and I was like, "Damn, it's foggy." You know what I'm saying? It was a regular fog, and it turned out that all the police helicopters in LA was grounded.
Yeah. Crazy.
That's crazy. You know, he had just won a lawsuit.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, just won a big old multi-million-dollar lawsuit. What he had sued? He sued the farm. I mean the pill pharmacy.
Yeah, but I don't believe it like that. It's conspiracy. Because after
What?
that hit, everybody was sad. Everybody was, Horse Turner, Kobe died.
Bro.
Pandemic
Real
hit.
shit, man. All that shit going to twine.
Yeah, intertwined.
It's just something that we'll always be able to have something to talk about, but the cause and the reason why they be like certain people, like your so-called celebrities, they already know what's going on in their lifestyle. They signed up for that. Half of them will tell you this is what we signed up for. You think they signed up to be an artist.
Yeah, they have to take certain opinions.
They gotta take the oath.
It ain't just that. It ain't just that. It's the fraternities, all that shit. It's a whole lot.
But the whole thing is just a bunch of people. Like it's a handful of people to keep you wondering. That's it. They give you everything you need to keep you wondering and wanting. So it is what it is.
Hey, I gotta go, man. I gotta eat.
No doubt, bro. No doubt, bro.
100, man. Great combo.
Yeah, already.
Thanks for joining us.
Shout out to Old Wipes.
That's how things is, yo. A lot of shit we could see to talk about, unlike our day-to-day life. That's real, because that's the part of life that interfere with our well-being. Your day-to-day surroundings and shit like that. Like that's the most serious thing that you could talk about, and even then. You ain't, God protect you. You ain't safe. Ain't none of us safe. Shit can happen at any minute, at any given time. You feel me? Everybody will want things to change. But the Bible tell you that ain't nothing about to change.
Facts.
Real talk, And that's crazy, yo. The Bible say that everything we going through right now, like they say, there's gonna come a time to where, people ain't gonna even worry about who God is or religion, none of that. That's like right now. The things of fashion, glamour, it then took over. Like children don't even really want to go to school like talking about. You probably got a couple that's still under the old oak, but half our teenagers and shit, them children ain't trying to go to school. Because TV and the internet then made it look like it's an easier way. You feel me? You got so many 15, 16, 14-year-olds laying up there saying they're making more money than their school teacher. They've done this for their mom. But that's one child out of many children. You feel me? But just that one child gonna have about 1 million children trying to beat the same way. And this shit crazy, like shit set up like this. That's why they say don't love the things of this world. And it just means everybody want to be seen. You feel me? Once you get caught up, it's just like a whirlwind. You feel me? Like everybody appreciate those who want to see things go right and do good. But conversation that a person like that give you, Lord bless, that's meant for you. You feel me? Whoever you can help with that. Because everybody don't want to hear that. Everybody won't be down with, with a bell ringing that. Everybody won't be in the ring. And not saying every time is a bad time. Some people do that shit to relieve their stress and pain and shit. You feel me? Shit crazy, yo. I was listening to some shit with Will Smith daughter. You know, you would want your children to do good. They say, Will, you know, wanted her to be in the spotlight and be an actor, you know, and keep up with the family trait. The girl ain't really want that at that time, you know, try to kill herself. So we don't really know how much good is good. Because we don't know the person we raised, man. We just know we raised. Everybody gonna do what they want to do at a certain time. You know, we just thank God for those who just listen, yo. Like kids. If you're an adult, you ain't gotta listen. Nigga don't really care. Niggas been surviving all these years. So nigga ain't had your help then, nigga ain't gonna need your help as time go by. You feel me? It's just like that's just life. Like you just gotta love it. You feel me? All the pain you take, you just gotta love that shit, yo. Just from being here. Some people rush that shit. You know, they let a lot of shit cave them in. You feel me? Probably got nobody to talk to. And they probably got mental issues. You feel me? Some people just can't take a lot of shit, but everybody ain't the same. You know, everybody, some people be examples. You know, a lot of shit be examples sometimes. Some shit you could just pinpoint and know. Yeah, that was about to happen. You done seen that before. So this is deja vu for everybody, man, as long as you live. Shit. At the end of the day, yeah, man, really based upon all the shit you did and all the shit you know, how much time you gave God, yo.
Well, in my opinion, sorry, I didn't mean to walk on you.
Oh, do your thing, man. Handle your minute, Rocco.
My opinion, they took the man out of the house in the 60s, and then they went after religion and took faith out of the institutions that would have taught children, like, you know, even something as simple as the Pledge of Allegiance, not even being taught in school anymore. And then they went from that to reprogramming children to think that it's okay to be a them. So, and on top of that, they're doing their best to erase history as fast as they can so that the children don't learn the correct version of history. So what they're after is a society of people that are just programmed to go to work, shut up, and accept what they have.
But you gotta look at it. We understand what they're doing. You know, it's just like somebody tell you don't go outside. It's about to storm. You still go out there. Now you in a storm. So all through these years, we didn't understand and seen everything that had been happening and transpired. But you say they took the man out the house, so that's a lie. Man took himself out there, bro. We just got to keep it 100.
I think that when they instituted the ability for a woman to get paid to have kids, and they started locking people up for no reason and throwing the key away, I think that they took the man out of the house.
It looked like that. They ain't taking nigga out of nothing. Nigga done what he wanted to do. Still to this day. You got dudes that then left females with 3-4 children. See that Section 8 shit? You talking about that made females feel like they don't need no man in the way. That's bullshit. Because ever since that shit happened, they been having niggas in the house that ain't never do nothing. They the ones house niggas. Shit, what you talking about? Nigga leave their mama house and get a female that they got a roof over here. Now they go. Shit, they the shelter home. Is you serious? For a flunky nigga who ain't about working, thinking that street shit was up? Come on, man. That's every hood in America. We gotta stop playing games, man. Nigga don't want to do nothing. And thank God they got some grandmothers and mothers that stood up and held it down the best way they could. So they have more churn than this messed up, man. Yeah. Man, look, niggas done that shit, man. Ain't nobody telling niggas sell no crack, smoke no crack, cheat, none of that shit. Female got a certain parts in it too. You know what I'm saying? Those who, you know what I'm saying, took another road and went with the finesse move, and you know, they just like niggas. It's just that as time went by, they just started putting on pants. But they've been doing this shit in skirts, man. Females have done boo-boo shit over the years. But it wasn't their fault. They had to finesse. The niggas been finessing. Niggas been tripping. Yeah? Real talk. Cops know that, man. Everybody should know that. This life. And the only culture that shit really hard up on is us. Because every culture do the shit. Only ones I think really stick loyal is them Arabs, Indians, Mexicans, Spanish people, you know, every other culture but us. You know, real talk. Black Americans, man, the only ones with that shit. And you don't see them other cultures, man, really having buku females, unless they the ones who just trying to be down like America. Because when America, like you say, when you get Americanized, it's over for you. Man, look at them little dudes, man, from Cross Seas, man. What them niggas' name is? The Island Boys, man. I'm telling you, once you get Americanized, it's over for you. So you know how many countries been ban that shit? You better not see gun over there. I'll give your ass about 40 years. Man, I know I ain't the only one on the panel, man. I ain't talking to myself, man. This is not speed
No,
dial.
I'm listening.
I'm not trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch on, man. What's up?
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting.
Man, the wind blew me out the way, man.
I'm just waiting to when I can come out of the bushes and go live up there on my damn self.
Man, you know? Look, man, you could have put 2 people down by now, man. I'm out of breath, man.
You see? I'm
God damn, man, you ain't have a baseball bat and nothing.
I'm a team player, so you know I've been checking out what y'all saying. Like I said,
the vocabulary book.
It's
I've been trying to pick so many words to stay tuned,
because that's how we are. You know, we're all the same race, and most of us don't understand that our ancestry is indigenous to this space right here that we call America. You know, like from forever. You know, it just depends on what you think.
Yo, hold on 1 second. I just came back to the chat. Now, what you just said, hold on. Was you just popping shit? Hold on, wait. Now I gotta shut the show down. Hold on. Vision, was you just popping shit about, I know you ain't the only one on the panel. I just came back. I just came back to the conversation. I was letting y'all chop it up.
Man, I ain't hear nothing you said, Nate. You know how I felt, Nate? I felt like you left me out there in that street and they had 5 people against me. I thought about every
Guess what? It was 5 people against you, right? Guess what? You still survived, right? Nothing happened to you, right? You still escaped, right? So then what are you crying for? Because I just went. Like, what are you crying for?
Because, man, I'm inside. My feet hurt from running. My back sore from jumping gates. And I can't talk to
run?
Screaming, man.
Who told you to run? I wasn't even going on, brother, man.
He was wanting to make sure he got here on time, so he took the hard road, which was the shortcut.
Yeah, lying.
Here tonight. That's what he said.
Man, you over it, man. Listen, that's your fault. Like you know you ain't had no backup time. You should have known if I was quiet. I told you. But I'm letting y'all chop it up, bro. I'm just saying.
Hey, don't feel bad. I have never owned a set of husky dogs to pull out in the middle of high tension drama of a heavy winter, of heavy snow, that you'd be able to get out your dog team and your sled and navigate. I've never lived anywhere where that could happen. So you know, God has spared me that part.
That's fire though. See, that's the blessing to get old, bro. That's the whole blessing to get old and talk that shit. Yeah. What? The majority of people ain't gonna remember nothing anyway.
Nope.
Hey, Yak wants a link, Nate.
Now hold on. I got Rachel up here, y'all. What's good, riders?
Blessings, Nate. Blessings, everybody.
Hello, Rachel.
Hello.
Nah, but
I was just here listening to the men talk for a quick second. I ain't interrupt.
Oh.
Step in and stake your claim.
They was going at it for a second.
Yeah, they was going at it while I was coming back from the damn phone, but I
spitting some gems.
I'll let everybody talk. Go ahead, sis.
I agree with both of them. They both got some good points though.
Yeah, because you know what's funny? I said this last night. It doesn't matter where you came, like, it doesn't matter what part of the tracks you came from, or it doesn't really matter how you got to whatever conclusion you got to. If all of it is the same common conclusion, you're basically on the same road right now. That's the whole part of building. Sometimes you're not going to come together, might not get the same answer I got as far as math. Even if it's math, we all have a different way of how we got the same answer. And
Exactly.
if the answer is right, we good.
We all fight demons in the same hell, just in different ways. Sorry to say it like that, but it's the truth.
Hold on, what you just said the word? Now you can't come up here, son. You can't come up here. You just played yourself.
No, but it's true. That was a saying that an old head taught me when I was little, and I never understood what the hell they meant until now that I'm older.
Yeah. Sometimes they're gonna drop gems on you.
Yeah, I'm over here thinking they speaking about some Bible stuff. Like I completely ignored that, John, until I got older, way older.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. Yeah, but I told somebody that everybody gonna have their different belief and how they came to something, but if they all coming to the same conclusion, what is stopping people from building and getting back to what we was doing before?
Us.
Yeah, the person, yo.
The envy, the jealousy, the wanting to get that power.
Yeah.
I look at it if we don't do something now, then our legacies are going to be trashed because our future generations are going to have nothing to live on.
Exactly.
Like it'll turn over, it'll turn over, but like everything else, it got to turn over. At this point in time, it got to turn over with music. Cause that's what really got everything in a predicament of that. The music changed everything. Cause back in the G, music was about, you might get hit the little gangster music, the little shoot 'em up bang, but majority of the music was about money. You feel me? And messing with females. That shit changed to this straight killing.
You could say that's true on the 80s if you're an 80s baby, but once you started hitting that,
the 2000s too.
Yeah, you had some positive music, but you got to remember it was already that music was already starting to really get popular already. The other type, the rap, all that stuff, talking about killing, and Lil Wayne was already out here talking the way he was talking.
Well,
like, yeah, you got to sit here and think about it.
No,
I'm a 90. I was born in '89, so you got to realize my era. My era really started in the mid '90s to the early 2000s.
Yeah, you were on a Tupac, but everybody talk about shooting at each other, but they talked about money a lot. These rappers don't really talk about money; they just talking about shooting. That's it.
No, you forgot.
About grinding. They ain't talking about scoring nothing. They ain't talking about they can't talk about numbers. All they can talk about.
I was mixed up in that. You gotta realize I was mixed up in the era between reggaeton and rap, R&B and hip hop. So my music was kind of like mixed up and crazy. My mom was listening to.
It's still the same way. They just put it in auto tune. That's all that was.
It's crazy because when I was growing up, the reggaeton was nothing but talking about, getting in between a shorty skirt and, popping them pills and doing all that.
Well, killing. That was the high era now. That's still.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's my era. My era didn't really. My era didn't really start until like. Yeah. Like we had some good music, but all that other music started coming about. That's when everything really. But at the end of the day, you got to sit here. My mom, even though my mom was the way she was, she tried to be a mom. You see where I'm coming from? I got to give her that part. And she didn't really like none of that music with the cursing. She wouldn't really let me listen to that stuff in the house. So if I wanted to listen to something, I would have to go with my friend and listen to it in the car, on the little boom box in the park, stuff like that.
Yeah, everybody did that because you could do. See, that's the thing. Like back then, like you say, everybody's parents probably knew it was rough, but everybody had respect to keep certain things away from my grandma. You ain't smoke around them. You know, your partners, they respected them. They helped them do things when you wasn't around. You ain't got none of that no more. Like talking about, like in the music, the music really changed everything with that drill shit. Real talk, drill music killed everything.
That was definitely a part of it. Man, how y'all doing today? What's up?
Everything.
What's going on? Yeah,
good, yeah, bro.
Yeah, chilling.
That's how I feel. I feel like the music killed everything. Because 1 minute it was about money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it had the killing. It was mainly don't play with me. You feel me? Don't play with my money. Don't play with my family. You know what I'm saying? You know everybody got guns. You know, that's what it was about. Now it's just about the money part and skip. Straight up. It
was about money. Listen, it was about money. It was about partying. It was about just I'm getting the women, but see, at one point it wasn't as crazy as it was now. Like, you know, like I said, you know, you still had you had certain rappers who had respect the way it was like, yeah, even if I know I'm promoting something crazy like this, guess what? I ain't not one time call her a B. I ain't refer to her as something. But even still, it was always everybody was listening to different genres. Like, shoot, my mom's had different shit going on as far as music.
I came through listening
a lot of different.
If it wasn't rap, like, look, you see what I be playing on my playlist. Wait, look, and everybody that's up here tell you, if everybody been in Club Nate, you see almost everything I play is a mixture of things. It don't always got to be one thing. But guess what? That was a good
thing. To rap. Who was it? Lil Kim was heavy as shit when I started listening to rap.
It's not even just the rap. It's the whole spectrum of entertainment. So what's so-called entertainment? You got to think about the movies, the music,
all that.
Everything is rated X. You know what I mean? Everything.
It just got crazy, yo. Because back then everything was rated PG, like. You feel me? Like, ain't no cursing. Like, everything cursing. Cartoons cursing. Anime cursing. I'm talking about, like, everything that was crazy.
I'm just like, man, we didn't see.
Weird, yo.
They even got the kids' cartoons. If you don't pay attention to these kids' cartoons, you don't even peep the sexual messages they got in them.
The sexual messages.
That and the cursing.
There's no kid cartoons.
No, I'm talking about little kids cartoons. You over here thinking that these kids is learning their ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, and like when you look deeper into the cartoon, I'm like, they got messages in here. Like, yo, they really trying to push this into these cartoons.
They push the sexual message, and they push the cross dressing, the
all that's in you gotta watch
gay
that
area, all of that is in these cartoons for kids now. Let them make their own line.
In the new books and shit. You remember that shit be in the books, huh, yeah?
Say that again.
Well, that shit be in the books that they be teaching the the little kids in preschool, kindergarten. You know, the little books they be reading.
Yeah,
man, you gotta read them books with them. That shit right there in school.
Because they said that now, we don't even realize it, but you look across the board, the masculine man is like taboo now. They pushing the image of the man have to have feminized qualities, and that's the man that's mostly accepted in the masses now. And that's, you know, I mean, that shit is backwards as hell to me. It's like you can't be a masculine man anymore. You have to, you know, tone it down, or you're not accepted in certain areas. And that's, I mean, come on, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, you gotta basically conform to what the hell they want you to conform to, or just suffer. That's basically what I'm saying.
Well, I just suffer. Yeah, because you know what's up. You know what you is. All that trying to bypass to get somewhere faster. Nah, Rocco. That shit ain't no. That's my opinion. You feel me? You do what you want, but you right on that, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm not knocking anybody's preference of anything. It's just the image that's pushed is like this is what you have to be accepted, or you know what I mean? Like, man, that's the image pushed. Wherever you wind up at, that's on you. More power to you. No disrespect either way. But I think they push that image towards the younger crowd and the kids forcefully.
They are.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like I made a video I think it was 2 years ago, about this little girl on in London. She got suspended because she didn't want to be a part of the LGBT class, and a whole bunch of stuff went down there. Like I'm sitting here, I'm like, why would y'all sit here and try to expel this little girl? She don't want to participate in the LGBT class. She's not obligated to be in this class, but the school took that shit a whole nother way.
Yeah, they make it like if you question something, just because you question something don't mean you're bashing it. Questioning
got fired
and having an opinion of it don't mean you're bashing.
Yeah, she did.
I'm talking about teachers too. Teachers stood up for that shit and they fired them behind that shit. A governor with that same-sex marriage shit, she stood up for that shit. They fired her. Like
Angel said she don't find feminine men attractive.
Yeah, see that right there. Unless people stand up, ain't nothing gonna change because Obama already passed that law, that child bride on marriage. What the hell?
Yeah.
Obama already passed that law. Everybody's like, no, it was Obama. It was passed before Trump got into office.
Yeah. That's when that's like the worst thing he ever done as a president.
Yes, one of the things that I really don't agree with him. One only thing, like I'm like, damn. Out of everything,
he turned the United States into Sodom and Gomorrah when he did that.
Yeah, like you can marry any kid under the age of 14.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Service City. You could do that in Service City. That's ain't in every city.
No, it's not in every, no. But you got to look it up though. It'll tell you where it is legal.
I ain't trying to find out where that is.
No,
it's a little deeper.
Because when I was looking up the policies and everything comes up. So like as you're researching, a lot of stuff comes up. So I read everything. So I'm saying here, I'm like, that's the craziest thing.
Yeah. I remember.
You gotta look at it on a scale.
Articles like that.
It's not just
Crossees do that shit too. But finding them Crossees, they was marrying them at 12 years old. Like some shit. They had one dude, I think he was Chinese. No, I know he was from Crossees. He married his daughter. Like, man.
Fucking sick.
I think there was a celebrity who did that, or a producer that did that too. He went up. That
Woody Allen.
Yeah,
married her.
It's not about a certain region that you live in. It's a certain group of people that's living a certain type of lifestyle. We need to expand our mind a little further, look deeper. It's not about what cities you in. It's about the groups of people, a sector of people in this country that devote their time and beliefs in underage everything. You know what I mean? It really is.
Well,
yeah, like that's before time though, yo. Like we look at when you really look at that shit, they was doing that shit. Like back in the sword days and shit, they were doing that shit. And for the kings and queens that was getting married, they was churning shit, man.
It was kids.
Yeah, they was kids, man.
I give my daughter to you at the age of 12, and you have the
12 years old. You gotta give me half of your palace and shit.
It's crazy.
Like, I'm gonna give you half of my palace. Everybody like, I'm gonna take your daughter. They cool with that shit. They been doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? They just made it out of law. It look like they say everything repeated show.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. It's not about the LGBTQ community. What they wanted to do was to change the rules of engagement for marriage to open the door for pedophilia.
Yep.
That's what the elite wanted, was to make it so that it was just like everything else that they've been attacking, was to normalize pedophilia.
Normalize
it. It wouldn't be a shock to the culture.
Yeah, that is true. And it's like, man, if you question it or you put a spotlight on it, man, a lot of people that tried to make it taboo, they disappeared. Mysterious deaths, mysterious accidents.
I look at it like this: you can do what you want, yo. You can do what you want. Just keep it away. You know, just let the churn make their own decision. You feel me? Like this, you know.
It's just a steady drip of numb that they keep feeding people. Because if they give you all the information at once, then you go, wait a minute, I don't agree with this. It's not right. But if they slow walk it out to you, then they slip it right underneath your eyes when you're paying attention to something else that's going on.
I say, bro, what make that shit so popular right now, and it's cool, the female artists, the female rappers. Yeah. Oh man, they down. They promote that shit like candy.
Exactly. If you tell your child, no, you're not going to practice because you're gonna sit down and read a book, they're down there arrest you. But you sit there and let their ass start singing them songs and repeating the stripper pole dances. They'll give you a parade. They'll get a kid a parade for that shit. You know what I mean? Shit is crazy.
You get 20, you get that, you go viral on TikTok.
I don't just blame the music. I blame the parents. I blame both.
Well, like in a way, but like they say, majority. I don't know. It's just the child. Like it's the person. That's why I say you can't blame people. You gotta it's just the person. You know, some people come out of household where parents were strict. They still found a way to do some opposite shit. Some made it through, some didn't. You know, and that's just life. But everybody gotta be a example for the next person. If you make it or you don't, it's just how things set. I guess. You know, we can't change a lot of shit.
Hey, the word. What's in the Bible?
What?
I got the word. Said that's in the Bible though. I'm trying to figure out which part he's talking about.
Like, say, bro, like a lot of stuff. Like in the Bible, they tell you, like, to be real with you, on some biblical issue. A lot of people blind and went astray. Mainly is because of the pastors, yo. Majority of the pastors in America been lying to you right there in your church house. Nigga, grandma, mama, going there for 20, 30 years. 40, 50 years, yo. Real talk.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Going up their whole life. They been lying to a nigga all them years, yo. And still lying to this day. And you know, some people just set in their ways. And they feel like, you know, I guess that's why they say God, you know, God give mercy and grace to who he made, to who he feel like. And I feel like he gives people like that mercy.
It's too many groups of people that just take the word of since it's coming by somebody with power in the religions. If he said or she said, you have to apply it or you have to deal with it or accept it. No, the hell you don't. If a pastor's sitting up in the church and he's pushing a certain whatever, you don't have to agree or accept anything. But they always push it in your head like that'll send you to hell if you question God. You're supposed to question God. God tell you to question shit that's in the Bible, man. You gotta read it for real. Not let them tell you which parts they want you to read. Read the entirety of it.
The Bible, a big says, and that's the crazy part, yeah. You know, the majority of the people that go to church, bro, ain't never read the Bible from the front to the back.
They never read it. They read bits and pieces of what this man. I can take four words out of a paragraph, and I can make that paragraph sound like anything I wanted to sound. But if you read the whole thing, it's the total opposite.
It's the total opposite. Like total opposite. Man, nigga been hearing the same scriptures since they was babies.
Yeah.
Ain't never changed, yo. Ain't never changed.
Do y'all think Lilith exists?
Say that again.
Yeah. Man, you know the Bible
tells you
don't
that Lilith exists?
What?
Do y'all believe that Lilith exists?
Do y'all believe that what?
Lilith. Do y'all believe that Lilith exists?
Lilith?
That she existed. Lilith.
Yeah.
I know y'all know who I'm talking about.
I know you. That's I do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I got a phone call. I'm gonna tap right back in. I like this convo. I'm gonna come right back, mate.
Go down, bro.
I read about Eve so much, and I've been trying to break down this Eve theory so bad. You know that they say Adam and Eve is the first man and woman on Earth, right? But if you read Genesis, right, and you really read that first chapter, before Adam and Eve, there was another woman before Eve. Eve came after whoever the hell God invented. Like, this chapter is fucking crazy to me. Like, I've been doing my research.
I ain't never heard that.
Listen, he created people. You know, he created us of his image, right? You see where I'm coming from? Y'all gotta really read that Genesis. Like I had to break it down. Like I sat down with a couple people and I'm like, wait, there can't be more than, because they talk about Eve in different ways throughout these chapters in the Bible. And I'm like, either Eve died and resurrected. You see where I'm coming from? When you read the chapter of the Genesis, and I think there's another chapter in there where it also talks about it. I'm like, if you really look into it, there's messages in these Bibles. It's like coded. If you really read about the first woman that God created, it turns out into myths and stories, theories.
Eve was the only woman God created.
That Eve was the woman he made out of Adam's rib.
That's the only woman ever came out to.
Out of Adam. But before Adam and Eve, right? He made, who was there?
Who else he made?
Y'all gotta sit here and really think about it. They wasn't the only people. Y'all gotta really sit here and break that Bible down. Like I'm sitting here breaking that shit down.
Nobody was there before Adam and Eve. Only thing was here was the sun, the moon, stars, grass, and all that there. Then he put him.
Y'all gotta really look deeper. And then there's books that took out these Bibles.
Yeah, he named all the animals. Then he put up. Other than that, they did only two.
This is my opinion from me reading and trying to break it down and doing my little research. And the Bible and history go hand in hand. Like to me, in my opinion. So I'm not just going off the Bible. I'm going off history, everything that's been researched.
Who else, girl? Who else?
I told you I like reading. Like
Eve? Ain't no other woman besides Eve.
In my opinion, I think there is. I think the churches are trying to cover up a lot of shit.
What's her name? I got to find out.
I'm telling you, look up Lilith.
Look, I'm on that there, and I ain't never heard that before.
Listen, they even got movies about Lilith. That's what got me also curious. I'm like, if they also talk about this shit in the movies, something's missing.
See, the movies
they got shows about Lilith and they got movies. They even talk about Lilith on Sabrina Teenage Fucking Witch.
Who is Lilith? Lilith.
Supposedly the woman that was here before Eve. I was sitting here, I'm like, y'all got. That's why I said break that chapter. Break that Genesis chapter down.
Listen to me. If she was here before Eve, why Adam ain't come from her? Because women have children.
Supposedly God made, right? He made mankind. Listen, supposedly God made mankind, right? Off his image. He made man and women, right?
No, he made man out of his image. And that was Adam.
No. That's why I say you gotta break it down.
We came. We came from Adam and Eve. They made mankind.
Because the Lilith kind of explains the snake situation and all that stuff on some real shit. If y'all really read it.
Now you probably listen to somebody that took pieces out of the Bible and put something together.
It's not just that. Like, you gotta sit here. I'm about to order. What was it? That book that they took out the damn Bible that they don't want none of. There's only a few left. No, it's one of them. I'm gonna do a live on it. No, I'm gonna do a live on it. The what?
The Apocrypha?
No, not that.
That's the only thing left with the lost book. All
no.
I want to know what
I've really been looking into this shit because I really want to know a lot of shit. That's why I've been doing my research on this. And I'm not just looking into the Bible and what pastors and churches are saying. Like, I'm doing the history and everything. I'm looking through the History Channel, the history books, everything. I'm putting two and two together. That shit is crazy. That's why I said the Bible is like a code. And everybody that reads it gets their own opinions, their own conclusions. It's like a little puzzle that you're putting together.
It just mean one thing though. All it really mean is, before you leave this earth, watch what you're doing. Don't do everything everybody else doing, and keep God first because you're gonna be tested. That's all the Bible do.
Talk about the Bible stuff. I just sit here and I give my own opinion. I was like, did you read this? Did you happen to come across this? Did you what's your opinion about this? Like, I just want to learn.
It's easy though.
Because to tell you the truth, I don't have a religion. Because everybody growing up, I've seen so many things in churches and heard so many stories. And I'm sitting here, I was like, listen, I can't believe a thing a pastor says. I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful, but I was like, at the end of the day, I had to start reading for myself because I was confused on a lot of shit they would say.
Yeah, true. It could be like that too.
Because it makes no sense. They say one thing and then the Bible says another. You're reading this and then they're trying to explain to you that this means this. I'm like, but wait, I'm confused. I still got questions. I still got answers.
See, like, there's a lot of stuff when it comes down to, well, really the Bible lets you know, because for one, ain't no such thing as religion because it ain't in the Bible. For two, ain't no such thing as the religion that you say you call in the Bible. You'll never hear the Bible talk about no Muslims, Jehovah's Witness.
Supposedly it says that you're supposed to not have no
you know, every religion
idolize. You're not supposed to idolize nobody but God. Some shit like that.
Yeah, you know, that's false.
I'm just trying to get it out right. I can't remember it.
You're right. You don't supposed to worship false idols. They ain't nothing but our today's celebrities. You know? So everything is the same. It's just rearranged. It's just different wordplay, different timing. But the Bible ain't never changed. The timing just changed. Like, that's it.
I had to disagree with that. The Bible changed when they changed the translation of it.
Well,
the Old Testament and the New Testament is different, though. I'm gonna admit that.
No, the words different. Like you could say that they changed the wordplay, but
and then you got to take the Vatican had the Bible for over 1,000 years before they re-released it. They took books out, they added stuff. The whole New Testament is trash. I mean, that book is a spiritual book, bro, and they turned it into a religious book.
Yeah, but you gotta look at it like the original book comes from Ethiopia. Ethiopia still got the original Bible without anything taken out or none of that.
The Ethiopia, they got what they call the Masoretic text. The book that they got came from Alexandria. That book was written by Josephus. That's not even the original book. That's
the original scrolls. That ain't tripping. That's the original scroll, Ethiopia, man. They the only ones got the original scroll. When it comes down to the Bible, well, is in I don't know what the language is. I think it's Arab.
Aramaic.
Well, you can pronounce that a little better than me, but that's what it's in, and it got everything in there. They ain't got nothing took out. Now, the only thing about the Bibles today, it's the same too. Only thing is, they just took out the rest of the books. Our books stop at 66 when they got more books than that. That's it. But everything the same.
The Masoretic text got this. This is what I'm telling you, though. They turned it from what they call a spiritual belief into a religious belief. They made you believe God is outside of you. I mean, there's even chapters that they allude to the kingdom of God is within man. You know, I mean, it's even the way we read it. I mean, most people read the Bible. It's written in allegories and parables. You literally have to decipher it, and you have to decipher it using keys, and those keys are universal principles. The same keys that you use to decipher the Meta Nature, you got to use to decipher the Bible, because the original writers of the Bible was teaching spiritual practices from the Meta Nature, from the Kemetic science.
Told you all that, man. That ain't got to say. The Bible tell you that. The Bible tell you, see, everything you just said, talking about Kemetic science and all that there, the Bible tell you, don't, what it say, how it saying that? Don't tamper with, it's in the Bible, I'm telling you, don't tamper with, what that is, hieroglyphics in new doctrine. See what you just said? That's new doctrine. Because you bringing in technology with the Bible, yo. See, that's how a lot of shit get messed up with the Bible. I know what you're doing, because I know the Bible. That shit in the Bible, yo. That's in Galatians too.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, you can't just read the book. You got to learn the history of it. You got to.
I know the book, yo. Ain't no history. The book tell you the history of life. Period. Everything you just said, yo. Everything you just said in there. Just the way you explained it, to try to get me to catch on to something that you added. I understand where you're coming from.
I'm not adding nothing. I'm just showing you what it is.
Yeah, you added buku shit just now. If you know about this shit, ain't none of this in the Bible.
Hey, no, bro, I haven't read the Bible 72 times. I done read the Quran 52 times. I
The
done
Quran, see, the Quran and the
look,
Bible is different,
this
yo.
the difference. This is the difference. When you read something and when you
How?
live by it, it's two
No,
totally
no, no,
different.
no, 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 no. Listen to me. That's true right there. You got to live by it when you read it. If you really mean what you read, if you really feel that and believe that, you gonna walk with that. But the difference is with the Quran, to let you know that ain't where it's at, because God wasn't a Muslim. Jesus wasn't either.
I didn't say. I said I read the Quran. I read all
All right,
scripture.
then no, but so you can't add that together because all the other books that you read, he wasn't none of that.
No, what I'm telling you is a different fiction. It's all the same story told by different people.
No,
All
it
the
ain't the
spirit.
same story. Because the Quran said he ain't never got hung from a cross. So
The
you can't
Bible,
tell me it's the same story.
the book of Thomas tell you that Jesus was hung by a tree, not a cross.
Man, what you mean? The Bible don't tell you that.
Yes, bro.
The Quran tell you that.
No. Read the book of Thomas. It clearly states he was hung by a tree. If you read the book of, you can read the book of Peter, and it
When they
tells you
say,
he
listen
was
to me,
never
yo,
crucified.
when they tell you he was hung by a tree, they mean it was a tree that was made out of a cross, bro. That he was hung upon. It don't mean an actual tree, man.
So
But
we
the
go.
Quran make it like it's an actual tree
So this is what I'm
with a
saying.
rope on it. They ain't even hang people back then.
You can use
Not like that.
You can use metaphorical for some portion, and then you can use
How you
literal.
could use metaphorical when the Bible tell you don't use none of that? Use the Bible. You telling me about technology?
No,
I'm explaining what the how I explain what the scripture mean. You telling me it tell you a tree? No, it don't tell you a literal tree. It tell you a tree that was made out of cross. A cross is made out of tree, right?
Bro, you ain't gotta read the Bible, bro. That's all
All
I'm
right,
saying.
I
You
feel
gotta
you.
read
I
it.
feel
It's different books and
you.
different portions. It's
I
four
feel you.
different crucifixion story. It's three different virgin births, which one of them clearly say Jesus was born from a seed of man. So I mean, look, the
See,
Bible.
as you
If it
said,
works, if the Bible works for you,
man, they say the Bible tell you God was born from a woman, from the seed of David. That mean the household. That don't mean literally by sperm, my nigga. You don't know the Bible. What you talking about?
bro, the book of Thomas say Jesus Christ was born from a seed of man.
Man, you said from the seed of David. Seed mean household. That's where he was gonna grow up at. He was born of a woman from the seed of David. The seed is his household, right? That was his domain.
So in the rest of the Bible, when they talk about the seed, are they not talking about the man?
Man, they ain't talking about literal sex. Because that's why the
The seed.
angel came to David and told David, don't get married and marry because she conceived the baby, right?
Where's your bottle
And
at?
it ain't come from him. It just came from his household, man. Come on, bro. Say, bro, you don't really read the Bible, man. You just talking up there. See that what I say?
I read that Bible, bro. I got degrees on it.
Well, you would have knew that then. Why you see telling me why they say the seed of David? Because that's his house. That don't mean no sperm. The angel came to him and told him, man, what's up with you? Oh, man. Because you know why? Listen to me. The reason why, listen to me, yo. The reason why the seed wouldn't have worked like you talking, because Jesus was born pure. No sin, no nothing. If he was born from a man's sperm, he would have came out like us with sin on us. Come on, man. Get it right, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, let me go get the milk. I left it on the curb.
Yo, good. You're a good brother, though. But you just running some other shit.
No, I'm trying to talk, bro. You talking over me. Every time I say something before I can even get out my bill, you talking over me. So of course, I'm not trying to debate you. This ain't no debate, bro. This can't be a debate, honestly. I can pull up the chapters and everything. And I'm not even talking about no English. That's what I'm saying. Your perception, you talking about seed, you talking about from a grammatic standpoint. I'm talking about from a Hebraic standpoint. When they talk about seed in the Hebrew, they're talking about the sperm of man. Go to an imam and ask, why
See,
you think the Hebrews don't
listen
believe
to me, Rock. Listen to me.
is
Listen to me.
the
If you saying they
Yo,
talking
yo,
about the
vision,
sperm,
bro.
man,
Listen,
that nigga.
hold up. Yo, hold up. Intermission real quick. Now I'm just coming back to the phone, bro. Let him finish his rap, bro. He let you finish your rap. Let him finish his, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Like I can't come back and forth, and every time I turn around, y'all over each other. Everybody get their turn in, man. Come on. Just look, you still got Papa Will and Craig ain't even getting like, come on, bro. This ain't a debate. Like, not to be funny. Everybody's getting their view across, but come on, you keep interrupting each other. We can't have this on the panel. Sorry.
I'll say this. If the Bible works for anybody, that's good. Use it, utilize it to become a better you. I ended with that. If that's what works for you, use it to make it a better you. You know, as long as the word is working for you and is making you a better person, use it. And I say that for any spiritual belief.
Now go ahead, bro.
Man, all I wanted to say is he keeps saying in Hebrew that means from a man's sperm. That don't even make sense, though. Because if that was so, he would have been born in a world with sin. And so he wouldn't have been able to die on the cross if he came in a world with sin. So I don't know what you read, but I respect your mind on whatever you're saying on the opposite of what you're saying. But other than that, it's cool with me.
I'm sure too. It's just like I'm leaving it alone. The defense is that Jesus, we're still assuming. If you're talking factual, I mean, there's no record of Jesus ever existed. There's no written record.
See, now you went from you didn't change the whole subject. You went from believing to not believing. So you just all over the board.
I'm saying
Man,
I
you
understand
saying
it.
all kinds of shit.
I apologize. This is what I'm telling you. The book is a metaphysical book. It's not meant to be taken literal. It came from a spiritual practice, a spiritual understanding, and people incorporated themselves into it. And when they did it, when they got it, they didn't understand it because there wasn't spiritual people. So they had to do something to relate it. That's why that's why you even got pictures and symbols, is because they merged it with the Greek culture. That's what Constantine did. And that's historical fact. That's facts that was written down of what he did. That's why I talk about the Council of Nicene. It was right there. There's some people who took a book who didn't understand it, and they had to give it to another group of people to merge the two cultures.
My bad, y'all. I'm over here multitasking. I wasn't trying to super snap. I'm over here multitasking. I gotta get myself dressed after a while. Forgot I gotta fucking work tonight. Scalp hurt. But go ahead, continue your conversation, bro. Y'all good. Go ahead, continue. My fat, bro. Like I said, everybody gonna have a different See, now let me intervene real quick and say something, right? I can honestly say, in my all in all opinion, I don't believe it was just Adam and Eve, but that's just my opinion. I'm not debating nothing because it's not really a debatable thing. That's just how I felt. It was people here before Adam and Eve. But that's just my opinion.
Man, you just slipped and fell too, man.
Yeah, I slipped and fell too, man.
Know what you gonna do? Debate me, nigga? After I just said we ain't debating.
I want to know who this was before Adam and Eve. Right? I want to know who named the animals before Adam did, bro. Because Adam named all the animals, bro. Who named the animal before Adam, bro? Who name come before Eve? That's why his name Adam. He had the first alphabet in the world. Who came before Eve? Please let me know.
Can I ask a question? When Cain got sent from the garden, who was he afraid of? Why did he get the mark?
Hold on, what happened?
When after Cain killed Abel and God sent them away and marked them, who was Cain afraid of? Why did God give him the mark to protect them?
He ain't give him no mark. He was marked for killing his brother, for hating on his brother. You know why he killed Abel? He killed Abel because God accepted what Abel gave him. He ain't accept what Cain gave him. He got mad.
No, I'm asking.
That's just like right now.
Who was he afraid of?
Who was he afraid of? He was afraid of his judgment, big man. What are you talking about?
Land. It was people in the land, bro.
Man, you tripping, man. He was scared of his judgment day, bro. You know the Bible tell you in the lost books, they tell you when Cain got of age, like when he got in his, I think he lived to be like 80 or something like that, or 70, and he got killed.
By who?
A little youngster killed him. One of the I forgot his name. I gotta next time they do something, I'm gonna pull it up. I have everything. But yeah, they was hunting. A dude was hunting with his son, and he was in the woods, and he hit him with a spear, and he thought he was was something that they was hunting, and when they walked up on him, it was Cain, and it came back on him. His blood spilled the land like he did his brother Abel. Years later, though.
So that had to be his offspring then, right? Or whose offspring?
Well, as time went by, I don't know. I forgot his father name, man. But he was with his daddy. They said his daddy name and all that. I just got to find the scripture and all that. No, I think it's in Esther. It's in Esther. I think it's in Esther or Esther Ecclesiasticus. Because you know they got Ecclesiastes and they got Ecclesiasticus. So it's either now or Esther. It tell you as time went by how Cain got killed. Yeah, man. All that tell you is, it's time, things come back to haunt you, no matter how long it takes. That's right. Then the trip part is it was an accident.
That book ain't literal, bro. That is missing. I mean, the Book of Generations is the first book. That's where you get Genesis from. But it's a book of generation. It's literally, and it tells you that Adam and Eve weren't the first few. Adam and Eve is a race of people. Adam is a race. Them are races of people.
Listen to me, bro. Who was the first people? Tell me.
The Adam.
Because I ain't hear this shit till 2022.
If you're talking from biblical standpoint, it's the Adams. Adam wasn't a single person. That's why it's 3 different creation stories in the book of Genesis. The first one says the Elohim created man and woman in their likeness and in their image. That they made man and woman at the same time, and then they read Genesis. If you go,
they did made them at the same time. She came from Adam. She was his rib. That's one thing, man. It's at the same time. They pull. Man, you tripping. He pulled Eve out of Adam, man. That's at the same time.
No, it's not, bro.
What are you talking about? Ain't at the same time.
Listen, bro. When you read, Adam was in the garden by himself, lonely, and God gave him Eve as a gift. So how did they make him at the same time? What are you talking about?
Because he pulled. Listen to me. What you ain't understanding? when Adam was here, Eve was here too. She just was informed as a woman, but she was here already because she come from his rib, man. What is you talking about? You don't know what you talking about, man.
Bro, no,
Oh man, this man is gone.
You read the
Gone,
Genesis,
bro.
and
Gone, bro. I just told you. No, that's common sense. Adam came. Look, Eve came from Adam.
Okay,
Adam was the first man, so she been here. She just was informed as a human being. What are you talking about? How it don't make sense?
Can I say something, bro? See, look, this
Man, yo, Vision, bro. Listen, I'm not going to say this again. Like, this is not really a debate, really, bro. And at the end of the day, everybody has different views and opinions, bro, regardless of how you feel right now. Chill out, bro. Let him finish his thing, or because I'm gonna be honest with you, if you want to be technical, in my belief, bro, is more than one damn book that depicts about all of our history, man. It's more than just the Bible. You have the Torah, and you have another book. Like, if you want to be technical. So as I don't like, look, bro, like just let him say what he gotta say. Just like he let you say what he gotta say. Like, come on, man. Like this is the type of build that we trying to have, but we can't have a build if everybody's talking over each other, bro. Come on, man. Respect. Just have that respect, bro. I'm not even snapping. I'm multitasking. I'm trying. Damn, I can't find my sneakers. Like, come on, like let us get our point across one by one, and that's it, bro.
When you read the book of Genesis, it's 3 separate creation stories. The very first tells us about the Elohim creating man and woman in their likeness and in their image, right? That's what I'm saying. So they're telling you they made man and women, and it's plural. It's not singular. It's not a man and a woman. It's multiple. Let us make men and women in our likeness and image. Later on, you get the creation of Adam when he literally formed Adam out of mud. This is when you read the book, it's 3 separate creation stories. The first one is when the Elohim created man and women, and the third one is when he created Adam out of mud. Once he created Adam out of mud, Adam was in the garden naming shit, doing shit, and he was bored. He was by himself. So God put him to sleep, reached into his rib, and pulled out Eve. Those are 2 totally separate creation stories. That's not the same story. That's all I'm trying to tell you right there. And if you read the book, it clearly shows you that.
Say, yo, you know why that don't make no sense? Because the Bible don't say women. It say woman. It don't say women. It say woman. And the only reason it say woman because it was one woman. That's why one in it. So where you get women from?
Which translation are you looking at? I mean, are we going because even in the Aramaic,
that's in every Bible in America, man.
But then remember what? Wait, hold on. Can I intervene?
It say the Torah. The Torah is the Old Testament. That's the Old Testament. That's the 66 books. The Torah don't even have Jesus Christ in there.
Exactly.
Come on, man. That's the Old Testament. I know what I'm talking about.
So is there 3 creation stories in there?
Look, there's only one God. So how they gonna have 3 creations?
Okay. Like, dude, I deal off facts, bro. I mean, it's cool. Like I said, if the book helps you and helps you become a better person, I don't try to take it away from nobody. I still use it. I just use it as a metaphorical aspect because, like Nate said, it's older books than that. Even when you talk about Zoroastrianism, it was created thousands of years before the Bible even came, and the creation stories are similar. You go to the walls of Kemet, the creation story is similar. So, I mean, whatever makes people better and productive, use it. You know what I'm saying? It's a tool. It's a tool.
Your Papa Will, you got something to say, my man? I know you over there smacking on them corn dogs. Yeah, I'm back to the full conversation. Oh, damn. We lost him. Wait, hold on, y'all. We got to have a moment of silence.
Did he take it?
Yeah, moment of silence.
Oh, he finally woke up. Yay, pass the weed, Papa Will. Stop playing.
Hey, man, y'all be talking religion, man. I can't talk to people about religion and shit, man.
Papa's over there typing in the chat, and I'm
brainwashed
reading every
in
word in the
this
chat, and everybody else is debating back and forth about whether Adam and Eve and Adam and Steve or
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is who was the cameraman videotaping, taking the official records when Eve was snatched out of Adam's rib? Who was there recording that? Where's that guy? What did he say? Because it ain't about what happened. It's about the person that viewed it all as the eyewitness to this phenomenon. Where's he at? Let's talk to him. See what he had to say. Call receipts.
You talking about the almond?
I'm talking about who was the person that saw all this shit happen with some Adam and Eve come to be, and whether there was a woman before Eve or if there was a Satan after Adam. Who was there recording that shit that it got passed down this way in the scripture?
Well, the Revelation says the almond was the faithful witness at the creation of God. So I'm assuming the almond was there, the amen.
We can't assume nothing when we're talking about receipts on factual information. We all can have an opinion. That's why I don't talk about religion with nobody. So I'll just be over in the bushes, trolling, for seafood or catfish.
You ain't catfishing nothing, man. Bring the potato yams out, man. Look, now I'm calling you out, Papa Will. Bring the damn potato yams out. Y'all
bring y'all popcorn? Did everybody bring their popcorn and their favorite beverage? Nate got the chat on fire as usual, But yeah, you can't talk about religion, especially not in the Americas, because you got to realize that we're all indigenous people to this planet here, as being a part of this landmass since forever. So who was the guy holding the camera recording when Adam snatched Eve out of his ribs and then did everything but butt fuck her into having two sons? Who recorded that? Where's that? Where's those minutes from that very important meeting?
What the hell? He just went, oh shoot. Damn, Vision. Yeah, that's crazy.
What? Me talking like that? Of course it's crazy. That's why I try to shut the fuck up around. I don't talk about religion.
I ain't talking about you, Papa Will. I didn't realize Bridget.
I was just in the bit. I was just in the building, man. I thought.
See, guess what? Look at my face, Papa Will. Look at my face. I ain't playing with you right now, man. Like nah, I didn't know Vision had fell down real quick. I didn't peep it. I just peeped. There was only 5 of us up here. That's why.
No, I'm just fucking with you, man. I hadn't even counted. I didn't even know that's what you're talking about. How many people was up there? I'm over here fucking up this chat, though, man. It's hard. It's hard on a brother when he's trying to keep up with a chat and be on a panel, trying to have that conversation in the chat from the panel.
Yeah.
Where did old head go?
Oh, I don't know. He probably went to go bathe with some French fry grease. He'll be back later at some point. You know how tater tots. You know how tater tots do. Seasoned tater tots always do that. Nah, he said he was going to eat it, whatever. He said he was going to try to pop back up.
I know the feeling because while y'all was on that long-winded, getting all those watch hours, man, about an hour ago, shit, I went and cooked me some pork and beans and ate that shit and cleaned up the kitchen and everything, man, while y'all was talking shit.
Was that
Oh, yeah. Oh, all right, no doubt, man. I know what happened.
Nah, give me the munchies, man. I can only smoke a half a joint, boy. I'll be munchies out. Shit don't get me high no more. I guess I'm too old to get high, man. I gotta go turn my card in. I gotta go get my card marked Not not a part of the game no more. Nigga can't smoke.
Where
Pops
was
can't
he?
smoke.
He said, "Hit the link. Hit the link."
You
Yeah,
done hit my card. Non-smoker.
I get 5.
Angel. I said, man, you know when you had the next round of people come up on the panel, that Angel and Letitia and
He didn't. He ain't gonna eat.
Yeah, like I said, listen, these is conversations that can be broken down in many different
Yeah,
ways. You know, like I said, religion, in my opinion, just came in out of nowhere. But that's what I get for trying to multitask. Well, at least I'm
well,
dressed
that's
for
because
work.
22 jumped up in here being a Bible thumping expert. What did you say? You know?
Because he a tree hugger. Wait, say that again, Rachel?
I said, y'all not wrong. Religion is one thing that once it's brought up in a conversation, a lot of people get offended.
Yeah, no, it's not. You know what it is with me? I overall, like I said, I'm not really deep in some of the stuff only because I can only pull certain things that just really resonated with me overall. But I always, in my opinion, felt like it was different books and different breakdowns of not just the Bible, but the Torah and everything else that was supposed to be our quote unquote blueprint. So I don't want to quote the wrong things neither, but I'm just saying all in all, I still believe there's a higher power regardless of what. It's not about a religion. It's about being religious. Difference.
It's about this my thing. Like we can talk about anything. It's just is when people get emotionally attached to things, you know. And like I'm confident, and that's why I said if it works for you, it works for you. But to say something that's factual and it's not, I mean, then that's a discussion we can have. But um, you can't be emotional when you talk about it because I mean, like I said, you start going from facts to, I'm ticked off, and then I said you don't get the facts, and you start throwing insults. And it's like, no, that's not how you build, bro. We all gonna have different opinions and different insights and views, and that's the beautiful thing about people. You know what I'm saying? I can work with anybody who from Christianity to Hebrew to Islam because I understand.
Like I said, like I said before anything, before this even got into a conversation, I could just say this and leave it at there because that's just me. I believe there's a higher power, and that's really about it. Everything else in between time, I just believe there's a higher power, and I also believe you're supposed to follow him, if anything, before you follow man. You follow man and fall into damnation.
I agree with Nate. I believe in a higher power because I damn sure ain't in somebody's word and prove that somebody really did it. But it's powerful to think on those lines of what somebody else claims to have said in an analytical manner intended to make an impact on the future readers.
Good.
This is the thing too. This is what I try to tell people about the book. Just like we keep going to the past, and that's cool. But just like those people had a connection with the higher power, you can too. You just got to understand how to read that book because that book is written allegories and parables. And if you read,
hold on, we got a little feedback. Rachel, that's your mic?
Yeah, it sounds like it's Rachel's mic.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you can. Go ahead, repeat what you said, bro.
If you read that book from a literal standpoint, you need that middleman now. That's why these preachers and priests and popes. That's how they was all created. That book is meant for you to find the inner God, to find the inner Elohim within inside of you, that masculine and feminine energy. That's what the metaphors. That's why I said Adam and Eve. That whole story, bro, is about duality, about the masculine and the feminine energy coming together, working together. But if you read it from a literal standpoint, you're gonna have arguments and debates about the history and if this was here, if that was here. But if you read it from like even if you say a Gnostic, like if you're familiar with who the Gnostics are, they use the same book. They just use it as metaphysical. These people was hunted down and killed, bro, because they was teaching people how to be Jesus-like. How when Jesus said, "I am the way, I am the light," he wasn't talking about literal. He was saying my teachings, the things that I'm teaching you, get you into the light. You can become one with the Father like me. I am not the Father. I am of the Father.
Yeah.
That's what Jesus said. I mean, he was teaching you how to reach that higher, what we call the crown chakra. Like when we all reference the third eye, that's just the 6th point. You got another level to go. And that crown chakra is called Christos. Christ was not a name, it was a title that you can reach, just like the Buddha. And that's what the Bible is teaching. It's the Hebraic way of teaching what the Buddhists teach. What Islam is a science. It's not even a religion. See, that's what I'm saying. Like if we learn things and practice it instead of just reading it, you will understand the difference in things. Like anything that we learned, right?
Yeah.
Anything that we learned, when we learn it from a book standpoint, but when we actually put it to practice, we get 2 different understandings from it, right? Like you can read a manual on how to fly a helicopter, but until you fly the actual helicopter, you won't know all the bells and whistles on how to do X, Y, and Z. That's why I tell people stop reading this stuff and practice it, and you will get the essence from it. But as long as you're reading it, you're not even applying the lessons just by reading it. You got to apply it to learn it. And that's all I be telling people about these spiritual practices and religion. Just practice it, and you will get the full essence of it.
So
That's what
fat.
I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to learn it. Like I've always had that one question where ever since I learned that when I was reading, I think I was reading something and it said that God's real name is not God's real name. Like nobody knows his real name. And the book that has his name got actually the chapter got taken out the Bible. I started researching until I found the name and I found some articles on it, which I do got stored up on my computer downstairs. But my thing is, like I said, like one of the things that got me curious was like, okay, if God's not his real name, who the hell are we praying to every night?
Yeah, from what they want to say from the Hebrew standpoint is Yahweh and Yahweh Shai.
Exactly, but God is the creator and Jesus was his messenger. So how y'all trying to put them together?
And see, even when you talk about the Hebrew, the very first name we get for God, the name, not the title, is Elohim.
Yeah.
And that's plural, that's masculine and feminine, and that's the creator. If you read the Bible, it's actually 72 names. Is it 72? It's either 72 or 98 within the New and the Old Testament. If you get some of those books, the book of Enoch, the book of Thomas, the alphabet of Ben Sur, you'll find over 116 names. But what you realize, you said what? Like when you said
the book of
Enoch. The book of Enoch. Yeah, the Elohim.
Wait, hold on, Rachel. Your mic got a little bit of feedback. I could barely hear you, sis.
Sorry, I need new headphones.
I thought you was in the car about to say, damn, it must be windy where you at.
No, I got these. My son's gaming headset, so he uses it a lot, and I'm walking around with it. So.
Oh, okay. You good? I was about to say, I was like, damn, they got you, baby. Nah, they can't do that to us.
Yeah, but
Not bad, bro.
You talk about the book of Enoch. Now, see, when you know why they took the book of Enoch out the Bible? Because it gave birth to what we call now the flat earthers. Yeah. That's why they took the book of Enoch out the Bible, bro. Like that's why they never wanted it in the Bible, because it tells you how the sun and how the moon rotate. It tells you where heaven is.
Yeah, I was reading to that.
It's about spaceships. They start talking about aliens and shit. I mean, from my understanding, so they took that out. But that's what I'm saying. It's books that's missing. It's stuff that they deliberately took out. That's why I said when you study the history, it was 4 different councils, but the most significant one was the Council of Nicene. because it was supposed to be 50, 56 popes, and then it was only like 20 something, and that's when they declared Jesus the Messiah. Because before then, Jesus was just a prophet, but they made him the Messiah at the Council of Nicene. Well, they declared him the Messiah, because I know Pop's gonna look that up too. So they declared him. Let me say it like that. But that's what I'm saying. It's like even God is a title, it's not a name. God got over 116 names. And the very first one that was written down explaining was in the creation story, and it was the Elohim. And that's significant because Elohim, if you look it up in the Latin, is a masculine and feminine. They couldn't have that. That's why they don't call God Elohim, because you have to admit it was more than one. That's why I say, let us make man and make women in our likeness and image. Now that makes more sense when you're talking about two forces creating. Not only did they have to take it out for that, but it's power in the tongue. And with the Elohim being masculine and feminine, you can have the Holy Trinity. The Holy Trinity is three men, bro. You ain't create nothing with three dudes. If you can, that's some new science fiction shit. You need a woman. I'm just saying, the Bible, and then when you read the Bible, it's a patriotic book. You know, it's what, 2 verses in there that highlights the significance of women. Everything else, it dogs the crap out of women, man. I mean, I'm just speaking facts. Like I said, if it works for you, use it, because any tool that we can use to make us better people. This is the only reason I don't like talking about religion, because when people try to get factual, then I'm gonna get factual. But if the book works for you and it makes you a better person, use it.
See, but I don't think you're tripping, because I'm coming up with almost the same type of conclusions with you, and I haven't really read it all. I've just, just recently started reading it within the past 2.5 years. So I'm coming up with the same conclusions as you, and I'm not the only one. So it's kind of like, to me, that's why I said when I started everything, the Bible's kind of like a code, a puzzle that you have to put together and decode.
And that's what I'm saying. If you use metaphysical aspects, you'll get way more out of it. But the reason I stopped debating, because I was debating a young man who really believed it and it was helping him. And I guess I went too hard, and he lost faith and almost took his life. So I stopped. I don't even debate the Bible no more. And when I see people get emotional, that reminds me, like, of what happened. Yeah. All right.
Well,
but that's even debated no more.
Sorry, Nate, but
it's not worth it.
Now go ahead, Greg. You go.
This is one of the reasons why I have such an issue with religion, is because it's responsible for every major war that's happened on this planet since the beginning of time, in one way or another. So that's why I divorce religion from faith. You can have faith and not have to deal with the religious aspects of religion.
Yeah, because I was sitting there saying something along the lines of, like I said, all in all, it's like you said, like I was telling somebody, you don't necessarily have to go to a church. If you know you believe in a higher power, you just got to take what you literally have read and use that as the blueprint. That's just my whole and all opinion. But then they say if you don't have clear knowledge and if you can't break it down, everybody's going to have, it's basically like precept upon precept. Everybody's going to have a different view and opinion on how they read that Bible. Only the main people are going to be able to really wake up and really read and decipher what's what. But that's just how I believed it. I just believed it was a higher power. I don't know his name. Shoot. Not really aware of what he is as far as, but that's just another story. But I just believe all in all, you could move in life and prosper in life, whether you deeply, devoutly into it or not. But guess what? That thing about you can't follow man, you can't follow man, because man will lead you into damnation. If you want to get on the aspect of that from the religious standpoint, then they say man will lead you into damnation. You're supposed to follow the blueprint of the higher creator.
Well, and you know what? anybody's faith is better than no faith at all. So
wait a minute, what the hell happened? Another one left the dust. What the hell going on, man? What the man? Let me find out your Wi-Fi's. Man, nah, hold on. Let me drop this link again. Oh shoot, we've been going 3 hours. That's what's up. Now go ahead, Greg.
I'm intrigued by Rachel's studies, so I would like to, and that would be a good point for a Discord discussion, because that's an interesting thought process, and I would like to follow up with that. And you know what? There's, like I've always said, I'm not an expert at anything. I just speak what I know to be my truth. So
yeah, everybody's gonna have their truth to a degree. Guess what? But the main thing is, if y'all coming to the same goal and conclusion, then guess what? It's just called getting with accordance and doing what needs to be done. And of course, when it comes to the religion aspect, yeah, they only gonna read bits and pieces of the Bible or read bits and pieces because they don't want you fully knowing what's what. And if you really just studied everything from a not just a mental standpoint, but just the logical standpoint, it's basically breaking it down to you. Like I told you, I don't necessarily have to go to church just to believe that there's a higher power. I don't have to put tithes and offering, and even if I do, that should be going towards something like for community, as far as like, okay, this is for in case of we trying to do things for the youngins, for the like shit like that. My tithes and offering shouldn't be towards something that for a fact you don't necessarily, for a quote unquote church building that you ain't gonna never get. Yeah, I'll wait on that part.
That I'm in my church right now with my people.
So,
I mean, I'm having fellowship with my fellow people, and you know what? It's pretty awesome because we can reach a lot of people in a vast amount of distance now. Never in history have we had an opportunity where we could have conversations like this with people from all walks of life in multiple areas. That's important. That's why I believe in what you're doing, Nate, and that's why I believe in what the Word's doing and Papa's doing and so many other people. Rachel, we have to have a desire to live in a better world. I mean, that should be a human desire, period. And I think that we're losing that with the younger generation. I don't think that they understand that.
True, there's no more unity
Yeah,
and
no, that's what I'm saying. I've just always believed this one thing. Like everybody was trying to say it, like at one point when they was trying to teach it, as far as when I was coming up, it's just the Bible. No, I know it's not the Bible. I know it's just the Bible, the Torah, and that other book. I can't always get the name right. But guess what? Those are supposed to be the all in all stories, the blueprints, so on and so forth, the basic knowledge. And that's what I'm saying, all in all, in accordance. That's why, in my opinion, I felt like it, regardless to what, there was always something that just didn't add up. Hence why I knew they was definitely messing and, tampering with what was really low. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, I could be right, I could be right in between. But if we going towards the same goal, which is just trying to get towards a better place in the world, then yeah. It doesn't matter how we came to that conclusion as long as we came to it together.
And I'm stoked about the Discord thing because I think that it's going to add a lot of flavor to a lot of conversations and, continue some conversations even after the live streams are done. And the nice thing is that you can do that at your own free will. There's a way to go in and turn off the notifications on the server.
Yeah.
We'll go over some of that at some point, but I encourage the people that are going to be a part of that to be active at it. So I'm not perfect at Discord. We'll be learning along the way, but it'll be a good tool.
Yeah, it seems like when it comes to certain things, we know we can't bring it up here because it's always going to be a bunch of. That's why I said it's always different, multiple platforms to bring certain tools of knowledge to try to put forward to try to live in a better world. But
yeah, you know what? That's the key. If we can change somebody's day tomorrow, then we've accomplished our goal for today. And I think that we do that on a regular basis, and that's why people are continuing to come back, and that's why you're seeing the growth, and it's going to continue to grow. I just hope that it continues to grow in the manner that we're at right now, where it's mostly peaceful, you know. And even though we don't all agree on some topics, the general consensus is that, you know, everybody wants to have a better quality of life for everybody around them. So.
Yeah, but see, this is the one thing I always, because this is the type of peace I mostly keep around me anyway. It's rare you're going to catch me snapping. It's rare you're going to catch me even getting to a point of, I got to come at you. Or I feel I need to come at you. Nah. Like I said, it take a lot to get up under my skin. But then don't think for a second there's certain things I won't check. Everybody can have their views and opinions, but we can have respect for each other. And we're violating each other. We definitely ain't going to make it seem like one person's view is better than the other person's view, or it doesn't matter which conclusion we came to, because everybody has misinterpreted and everybody has their own interpretations. Hence why I do believe in that part of the Bible when he says it's going to be precept upon precept, concept upon concept, because everybody's going to have a different way on how they came to that conclusion.
Yeah, and the only people I'm going to come after are people that hurt children and women, you know, and not necessarily in that order, but a fool, I'm just not going to waste my time on. And just, you know, somebody that wants to be a belligerent, weirdo, crazy person has a right to do that, but they don't have a right to do that in my mind. So, you know, outside of looking out for things that are important, the people that are going to be the trolls and the weirdos that hang around in the bushes, I don't even lose a thought on them. So.
Yeah, we're all a little fat. You want to add something, Rachel?
I agree with a lot of y'all. Y'all got some good points of views, and this is what it's all about. Teamwork, the dream work. At the end of the day, if we don't unite, shit, we're not gonna conquer. Divided, we're gonna crumble.
Exactly. And see, I respect what you said too, because you said, you know, everybody has a view and opinion, but that's what everybody does have some sort of point. Because how you came to the same, like I said, in my opinion, if you want to use life as math, guess what? Every math answer or every math problem might have a different answer or a different way to come to that right answer. It's not always going to be just the straight and narrow. That's like prime example is what? How many different ways to get to 9? 3 times 3, 9. 9 times what? 9. Like, come on. Like, you can. There's always going to be different ways that you can answer.
No, listen. When I first came on here, I thought I wasn't gonna do nothing. I wasn't really drawing attention or nothing like that. So I thought that my message wasn't going to get across. Like, I came in here with very open with my story to help others, and that I could find somebody along the way in that situation. That was the advice that was given to me. Like, go through social media. Social media will help you out faster. Mind you that I had left for a year. When I came back and I noticed that people were paying attention to my videos, I was like, yo, I was completely wrong. I should have listened to my baby pops. Because I really thought that, because I got dragged, like, for a second. Not dragged, I would say people was just throwing shots because of the stuff that I was saying, especially when I was talking about the child bridal laws and talking about the cameras and stuff like this, like speaking on the teachers. Like, I really got a lot of lashback for that, especially talking about the teachers and trying to have everybody come together for that. Like, a lot of people got mad, and the main reason was because I was trying to put the cameras in the schools and try to have them put better principals in our schools, because they're needed. Like, a lot of these principals and a lot of these teachers really don't give a fuck, and the ones that do get outshined by the ones that don't.
Right. And this is the same Rachel I was talking about that was doing the same exact stuff, trying to get the community center open and stuff like that. Like that right there is positive works right there.
Listen,
That's a start.
When the whole situation first started, I reached out to ABC. ABC won't tell me, oh, they can't do nothing about it because they don't deal with bullying situations. I didn't reach out for y'all to give me a solution. I reached out for y'all so I could put my story in the news so people could understand what's going on in the school, what was happening with the director of the school district, how many times I had to go over there and I got ignored to the point where an incident happened. My son almost got arrested. My son almost took his life. My son had 302. Like, at the end of the day, everything turned out good. But what if I would have lost my son?
That's when it definitely been on. Now you know.
Like if that little girl would have lost her life in that fight, or my son would have took his life, and that would have made the news.
Yeah.
Somebody trying to prevent and trying to bring a petition to the news.
It probably wouldn't have made the news. Nobody would have probably even known.
Oh, it would have made the news because it was a teacher he put his hands on. That would have made the news. Trust me.
Wait, you're in and out again. Your mic is in and out again, sis.
You reacted right back to a teacher, yeah. But since I had everything handled out and I already knew some of my rights and stuff like that, that's where everything was about to go sideways. Like everybody was getting mad at me. Like I had lawyers telling me to tell my son to give up his rights. I fought for him. Like I said, screw all this shit. Like, I ain't give up. He's only 11 years old. Y'all telling me to just give up. I think that makes his first offense. He didn't know what was going on. He was just defending himself. Little girl wouldn't leave him alone. Teacher didn't pay attention. So at the end of the day, I was like, my son was wrong for hitting that little girl, but that teacher was wrong for putting her hands on my child and calling him out his name and shit.
That's a whole fact. And so even like when we speak about conversations like that, it gets deep. Because like I said, it's people like you, like I said, I commend you on that too. I think you ain't getting your flowers. I don't want to call it what I want to call it because I don't really do flowers. But I give people without, especially I commend that because a lot of people who are really trying to bring certain things to the light. Like I said earlier, you got people who loyalties are so messed up that they will keep quiet even if they know somebody got killed. They'll keep quiet on that and let a person walk around rather than stand up to what's right.
What made me fight is like what I noticed. Like I noticed, and I tell a lot of people this. I was like, y'all really don't know y'all rights to the point where it's to the point now in schools that our kids are left alone in the classroom 8 hours of the day unless they got half a day in school, right? With people we really don't know. Half these teachers are just coming out of college. Half of them only got a trade. Like I'm not busting on the trades or nothing like that. But do you have that how can I say it? Do you have that training to deal with these different kids that have different types of behaviors, different attitudes? You see where I'm coming from? Like a lot of these teachers don't. They're coming out with problems themselves, straight out of school, straight into teaching. Like there's a lot of backgrounds that do need to be done. But when you sit here and you say, I want to sit here in class like they used to do before, they used to have the parent come in and observe the behavior and all that stuff. We was able to walk in. Well, our parents was able to do that. You can't do that no more. They telling you that you have to go through a whole background check. As the parent, you have to go through all this bullshit, and sometimes it takes a year or two for them to go through all that for you to be able to sit in the classroom with your child to observe the behavior with a social worker or anybody else. Make that make sense. That's my child.
Make that school go away. That's my thought. Because there's no institution.
Really, that's how it is here. I don't know if it's like that. But I know
this world would take my child for 8 hours a day and not let me have access to that child.
Hey, Rachel, hold on, Craig. Rachel, your mic's doing it again, baby. Now, go ahead, Craig. My bad.
I'm sorry. But what I was saying is that there's no building or institution or group of people who would take a child from me for 8 hours of the day and not let me have access to that child. But anytime I want to, I would take the doors or a window out of the school to get my child if I felt necessary. And that's just my belief. And I think that it is overwhelming for these teachers coming out of school trying to deal with these kids because they're not getting all the tools they need. And I blame part of that on the way that the school boards handle these schools. I think that there's a lot of waste financially of paying these Board of Education people big salaries, and they don't accomplish anything that's a benefit to the kids.
Well, the parents don't stand up and speak and do what they gotta do. They already taking our rights from us. They already got that secret parental policy up for our kids. Where, like I showed the video yesterday, like it's already getting to that point. It's been to that point.
Yeah. Nah, but see, that's the sad part, man. Like I was saying, yeah, as people like her, and even like I said, when I come on here, I bring awarenesses because it's not just shit I see on social media. It's shit that you literally see day in and day out. And y'all done heard me in some of my lives. It be mad shit going on. You like, damn, this nigga, yeah, because it be live outside. And sometimes you end up getting content right then and there. Like I said the other day, I don't know what the hell happened. Half of the precinct ran down the way. I'm just like, well, damn. It's too early in the morning for this shit. But this how it be. Like I said, you're always gonna, when you're visual, like you're literally seeing and you're giving your observation and your visualization of what you're seeing. It's not like you can't never come up here and bring some sort of awareness. Just like I said, it don't take a rocket scientist to see that we got certain situations happening in these schools left and right that could be avoided. And everything need to be reformed. Like I said, from security even down to the teachers, principals, all of that. See, I respect when people like Rachel and like everybody here, we all stand on something. Even if we coming at it from a different angle, we all stand on the same thing. We're just trying to see something change. But then, we got to make it clear for the rest of them. Don't ever get it twisted. We still are a community. We might have lost sight of certain things, but guess what? It's time to really get these kids and get these young adults in order too, because at some point they're going to be on the forefronts with us. Especially if they stand up against the wrong things, you're supposed to.
Yeah, I'm not for popular. I'm for right, and I never have been for popular. Popularity is stuff that they like in Hollywood. They can have all that.
Yeah, no, because that's what I'm saying. It's not about the all in all gist of it. It's just, like you want to prepare them for everything. And like I said, school is only a certain amount of hours a day. After that, you have to be the blueprint for them. That's the one thing. And if you are doing the right things accordingly, you mostly just got to worry about the things when you sending them off to school. And even if they are aware of how to handle certain situations, there could be certain situations where they could, instantly panic.
Well, not just that, but even in Rachel's situation,
yeah,
had there been somebody else besides the teacher in the classroom,
it wouldn't have happened.
Sunbetter never even had a situation where he would have hit that girl.
Exactly. And it's mostly supposed to be more than one parent in the class like that. I know when it comes to that, it's mostly supposed to be more than one parent in a class like that if you're dealing with kids of that nature. So from what I've seen, it's usually about two. Yeah, you might have one actually outside monitoring the class just to be sure everything is, copacetic too. It's supposed to be a system together, but in certain spots, it's like you got one, maybe two at best. Sometimes you might have one. And one person ain't going to be able to monitor a whole bunch of shit. And then on top of that, now if something does, happen or does escalate, by the time I done ran away to go do what I got to do and come back, something else could have, occurred right then and there. That's what I'm saying. There needs to be more people really getting involved with this. Like, come on.
Yep. It's like the other day I made a Facebook Live talking about how they need to have the nurses. Like the school need to step their game up. Y'all got one nurse for hundreds of students, and half these kids got diabetes. They got ADHD. Down syndrome, asthma. I could just keep going, but most important, you got diabetes. How are you gonna have a nurse like right here, the school that's right here, the one I took my son out of? Parents are still complaining about the same shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse. Like,
No,
how
you
y'all
good.
don't,
I
how
just
y'all
said,
don't have, how y'all don't
your
have
mic.
oh, I'm so sorry.
No, your mic is good. What's going on, sis? I swear it sounds like you in the car. I'm about to say, you lying to me? You in the car? You about to run somebody over? I'm trying to get a picture, baby.
This my son's gaming. Like, this mic has been through hell. Like, it has been through hell.
Oh no, because earlier you said you was moving around. I was like, I assumed you were still moving
Oh
around
yeah.
because when you were sitting still, I could hear clearly everything. I want to be able to hear you clear, sis. Because like I said, anytime you're paying a little bit, I want everybody to like give their views and opinions, man. It don't hurt you. That's what I'm here for.
So basically, like I was saying, they only have one. The backup nurse misses a lot. She misses a lot. Like, she's barely there. So the parents have to come out of work to go in there to give the kids with diabetes they shots. Here's my thing: stand up and speak. Y'all complaining, but y'all not speaking. Y'all not making a stand.
That's a fact.
That's the whole point. Y'all complaining, but nobody's making a stand. Every day y'all go in there cursing out the principal, cursing out the counselor, cursing out everybody, but y'all not walking up to that school district saying what y'all gotta say. Even if they don't listen, pull out that camera and make a live. Y'all do it for everything else.
And see, that's the thing I was saying too, sis. And again, this kind of goes hand in hand with what I was saying before. When you know for a fact these establishments are not gonna give you what you want, you as the people, right? If y'all know y'all can pull y'all resources and funds together, open up your own schools to a degree, and you could do exactly what these people see. This thing they just. That's what I'm saying. Some of these discussions, yeah, it's better off this shit because you know how they hate. But you get where I'm going with it, though. You know, like you could really build it because you're gonna have people that's gonna want it. You probably what? Nah. Oh, this for who? That's for y'all. For those who want to keep your kids out of these type of elements and really still want them to learn in that type of element. You have a safe spot where you know for a fact you can, just learn, build, and you ain't got to worry about too much. And then, like Letitia said, you have to teach them how to protect themselves, especially when they out and about.
I think that the whole COVID situation has really pulled the sheets off the top of a lot of things, and education is one of the things that has really opened up some eyes. And I've felt this way since I was in school, and that's been decades ago. So, but, the schools are not functioning at a level that is beneficial to children.
Yeah, because everything is. We were just talking about that. I said like everything is changed up. Like look, when you was going to school, the math changed up. I was going to school. The math definitely was already kind of. It was like in the middle phases of changing up until what we see now is math. And I was sitting there still lost in the sauce. Like, what the x plus y equals what? Equals what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Then you got to do what? Nah, this ain't life. Nah, what is this? I didn't remember this. Like, I remember all the basics y'all taught me going up to this point. What happened? Like, now y'all want to add and incorporate others. That's what I'm saying. A lot of things have changed drastically from when each and every one of us was going to school. But it's still like, we got up-to-date curriculums and we got up-to-date information that we know for a fact we could be putting into these, So I'm saying for some people that know they can make it happen, hey, build your own schools or build your own little learning centers where these kids can get all the education that they need. And even if it's coming from different elements, it doesn't matter. As long as you're going towards that main goal of trying to just empower them to learn and just build. How you supposed to do it.
Thanks.
See, good discussions everywhere. See, you can't get, and like I said, I respect you, Rachel, because you're doing the right things like some people should be doing. You trying to get a community sent over so at least these kids have some, especially look, she from Philly, yo. So I already know what it is. Like I've got family in Philly. I got families. We ain't even gonna go there. I'm just saying, like I already know. And I used to visit on the humble. I already know. You know, and if you in certain areas, it ain't much for them to do but to be into something. And that's almost everywhere, and it's not just an American thing, it's a worldwide thing to a degree. Everywhere you're gonna have some sort of misery and downplay on certain things, but then again, you could eliminate some of that. Even certain wars is going to be unconfrontational because it's just a war of the minds. Everything else would be a metaphysical, in my opinion. Like you're gonna literally have to put some shit down to let them know that you standing on what you standing on. That's just how I see it, all in all.
Well, like I said, you can tell one person stands up and they have to sit down. You can't tell a whole crowd to sit down. So, the more that people are aware, the more that people get involved and stay engaged and stuff, the more that they're going to have to do something about it.
Now you speak the whole facts. Because guess what? You speak the whole facts. Because guess what? I was just sitting there saying that one time. You got to revamp everything from inside out, even when it comes to that. Because guess what? You don't know who's around your kid, and guess what? Even if they not in physical harm, they could be in any type of harm where it could be sexual abuse going on. Like any type of inappropriate things can happen. There's a multitude of things that can happen. For all you know, they could be poisoning your kid as far as food. They could be doing certain other things you're not aware of. That's why some days you gotta just be mindful and still pop up here and there to make sure everything is copacetic. Mm-hmm. If something don't look right, to pull them out of it.
Mm-hmm. And like I said last night, it just takes one individual to stand up to empower somebody else to stand up. So Rachel's doing the right thing by saying, hey, this is happening right now. Somebody else is going to be able to have the power just because Rachel did it. That's powerful. And
the sad part about it,
at this point, but
yeah, and that's the sad part about it because it's not. I respect her because it's a Rachel almost everywhere. Just like there's a father everywhere the same way. They son or their daughter probably done went through some stuff in school and a traumatic experience, and now they getting looked at like they the most horrible people when it's no, you're standing up for what's right. And it's sad because you don't have enough staff to cover certain things. That's what I'm saying. Right now, some of these schools is almost like how the prisons are. They ain't got enough guards to even hold down a whole. Like look at some of the prisons. They ain't even got enough guards to hold down whatever. So mostly anything could happen in there. It's almost like that in school. They ain't got enough, inside and out protection the way certain things can be avoided.
Yeah, back in my day when we went to school, they didn't lock doors. You could walk up to any door, walk outside. Nowadays, the kids can't even do that.
Yeah, that's why they need some place to go. That's what I'm saying. For some of those who know they fortunate enough to do what they can do, why not open up to some establishments and stuff like that? Give these kids, like I said, these kids and these, like even when they get into their teens, they still are learning and they still soaking up knowledge. So why not do something like you could give them the multiple balance? You could give them fun and you could also give them education in the same token.
Exactly. That's why I came up with that idea with the community center. The whole point of the community center is for these kids that no matter what age, they can start their own career, they can start their own business, like making their own little money, staying out the street, staying out of trouble. Like when it comes to that idea, like I told them, even the parents would benefit this because there's a lot of parents out there with messed up backgrounds that can't get jobs. Community center, you could come in, like see where I'm coming from, and do what you got to do and help at the same time. Not just you, but your kid, and still do what you got to do.
You know, they used to have this thing called the unemployment office. You needed a job,
Yeah, but there's a lot of parents out here fighting that don't got no jobs, that can't do nothing. Like, they have to still sit here, wait for Section 8, and they're getting their life, turned around, but they can't really do it. They're stuck. Like, I've seen a lot of shit here in the hood. Like, I've seen them do what they gotta do and get fucked over because of their background. Like, their background determines their future just because they made one mistake.
Yeah, and getting judged that way.
And then when it comes to the kids, like I told everybody, like, that's what gave me the idea to this little community center too. Like, have a little kitchen, let the little kids bake and do their little bake sales, donuts, cupcakes, cake pops. Like, I could just keep going with the baking menu. And like the kids with the computers, like, have the little machine down so they can make shirts, make their own logos, start off with something. They're real good at designing. Like, I can just keep going, a studio where they can do their little music, get out the damn streets.
Yeah, because everybody inspired something.
A gym. Like, I want to bring back what we had, but with a little extra.
Good. See, now that's a start right there, because that's what, some community centers would benefit like that if they would all, but you gotta build a lot of them back up. Because some of them, this pandemic kind of closed down some of the most.
We got rec centers. We don't got community centers like that. We do got them, but we don't really got them to where the kids can really reach them. And the rec centers ain't shit. Sorry to say it like that.
No, but you're not saying nothing wrong, because you got different parts of the states right now that they rec centers ain't the way it's supposed to be. But when you're not doing the right things, and then it's just that's what I'm saying. When they ain't doing the right things as far as the money is concerned, if y'all know y'all got certain things of an aspect, you saved it up, all right, let's try to do that as a community pot sometimes and build our own establishments. And that's the one thing they always try to make you unaware of. You could do certain things without them knowing. And even if you let them be known, look, no, you don't got no parts in this because you're not helping us the way we see fit. You can go to war with us all you want to, but guess what? The main ones are going to stand up on what's right. It ain't fair that everybody's not getting the opportunities that they should get. Now, guess what? If some people decide they still going to take their own road and do whatever, then, the only thing you could do is just hope that they get the message before time. But for the ones that really don't get that opportunity, come on. They should want to, some of them don't want to. That's why some of the people are thinking the way they think now. I don't want to live past 25 because what am I here for? Appreciate you, Letitia. I'm just saying, because it's the truth. Like, you got to look at that. They looking at it from a standpoint like, why am I here for if nobody's believing in me, nobody's taking a chance in me, nobody's even at least guiding me in the right direction. And that's how a lot of times they end up following behind the wrong people too. You following behind the wrong crowds, just you wanting to be down. Then it goes from that to you can make a simple mistake being with the wrong people, and that could cost you your life. Or that could possibly cost the people around them their life, depending on what you know.
Them words that Nate just said in the beginning, same words that came out my son's mouth when that whole incident happened. Why am I here? Nobody cares. Nobody's listening. Nobody believes me. Same words came out of an 11-year-old mouth.
That's the sad part about it. That's a sad notion about it too, sis. That's why I said, like, when it comes to even that, like Craig, what I said last night, I said it's sad that you got some people. I was telling you about the situation with the I think that was a school in Chicago. I think that's a school for kids who like you were saying, they got aggression issues, mental disturbance, all of that. Then the way this boy was going in on this old head, I was just looking at him because the old head could have snapped, but he literally broke it down to him and shut him down professionally without having to break a sweat. And the kid, even throughout the whole time, he even got into where another boy out the classes out of nowhere just said, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And I'm like, nah, I said take a lot of those type of teachers they definitely need the benefits and the flowers, because come on, that takes a lot to have to deal with these type of people day in and day out. And then taking the accordance, right? You got your own kids to deal with when you get home. So that's a lot to deal with.
Sorry, I was distracted. Yeah, when you got these schools are not being funded properly too, and you got teachers that are half burnt out, that don't want to be there, and you got kids that are wilding out, and you got one teacher in a classroom of 40 of them. What do they expect the kids to be able to function? How do they expect them to function? And the kids that are acting out tend to usually control the whole entire class time.
Right.
They want these kids on Ritalin. That's what they want. These kids on Ritalin, Clonidine, Adderall. That's what they want.
Yeah, they been trying to. Yo, word, you stupid.
I'm telling you, because when I found out that they was misdiagnosing my child because they was trying to keep the kid, the school happy. When that psychiatrist told me to take my son off the medication, but I had to wheel him off because he was going to be like an addict. I sat here and I said, wow, this whole time they was just so they can keep my son. They had him on adult milligrams. He was from Ritalin to Adderall to Clonidine to Concerta to all of them in all adult milligrams. 10, 9, 11. Like, is y'all kidding me? Y'all mad because I want to take his medication away? Why y'all mad? Because now y'all no money in y'all pocket.
See, that's a good one right there too. See, look, that's a good one. Instead of teaching children how to have sex and have abortions and stuff, that's look. I can tell you that right now. When I was taking sex ed, I was already laughing because let me keep my little hoish mouth shut. But even before sex education, I was already in stuff. But I'm just saying, it didn't differ from what you just said too. That they didn't teach you certain things. They would show you certain aspects of, okay, if you're doing this, this is what you could come with. And some of the shit was graphic. You'd be like, nah. It scared you, like, nah, this ain't it. But it still was giving you education to a degree. But nowadays, they're not giving you any type of knowledge on anything, even when it comes to that. And like I said, it's only going to be a certain amount of hours in a day, maybe 8 hours to 9 hours most of the day. You want to have your kid in school. And then now the way the things have changed, sometimes it ain't even the whole 9 hours. Sometimes they out of school before 2 o'clock, 2:30. Some people out of school by 1 o'clock. So it's like you don't even have a whole full day of school. Like, shit changed for me because, shoot, I remember getting out of school after 3:30, coming home around 4 o'clock. Like, damn, I don't even want to do homework, but I'm tired. I gotta do this shit. Like, nowadays, you literally coming home. Some people coming home by, some of these kids is getting out by 12:30, 1 o'clock. So what part of the school it's literally broken down from a 9 hours to sometimes a 4-hour day. So how much can you cram into a bunch of kids in 4 hours? 4 to 6 hours, give or take. Just find that weird all in all, though. But see, like I said, when it comes to this type of situation, I can respect Rachel and any other parent that's doing the right things and trying to stand up against these establishments, because how can you misdiagnose somebody's kid with something in the first place? And then how could you? That's why I say you shouldn't always be you quick to judge and think somebody need medication. No, sometimes they might just need psychiatric help, psychological help. Sometimes they just might need somebody to like listen to them. You don't know what the whole situation is. Don't just assume, oh, put them on this and then. No, stop doping up the kids.
Sometimes they just might need to have somebody take enough time to give them some physical activity.
Yeah.
You know, go out and plant a garden, or, you know, play some football or baseball or some soccer or something. You know, I'm not a believer in Ritalin or any Adderall or anything like that for a child. You know, if the teacher can't deal with it, maybe the teacher needs to look at getting some medication.
Facts. Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's higher than most. We out here smoking shit. Higher than me when I'm smoking. I'm sorry to say it like that, but it's true. I'm a robot.
Yeah, and see, that's why I'm saying you can't put somebody on something that you know for a fact they good for them on a psychological level, because then now guess what? Just like you said, now you gotta wean them off of that. You can't just go cold turkey. They might liable to be a danger, or they could possibly hurt their own selves in the mix, because you are coming down off of a med that you know for a fact has high dosages of whatever. That ain't easy. That's like trying to shoot. That's almost the equivalent of New Jack City. Like I said again, that's like Pookie when he was detoxing. You're gonna get those type of, depending on what drug you taking to and how high it is. You wean off of it, you think you're going cold turkey, you're gonna be just like him, sweating holes. You ain't gonna be able to really even sleep. I've seen this. Like I said, my mom used to deal with people who had all types of disabilities, mental, physical, you name it. She was dealing with it. So I like certain signs I already picked up on. And then like right now, we know it's other things as of now that are just now coming into fruition. Like you'd be like, oh, this is something new. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, Nate. I got to answer Angel. They put me on Ritalin when I was a child, and when I took it, I was numb. Couldn't think, couldn't function. I felt like I was drunk all the time.
Yeah,
I couldn't deal with it. I mean, it made my situation even worse, because then I didn't have any energy to do anything. I couldn't think about anything. I couldn't hold a thought process, and it just made me mad. So my stepdad took me to get a refill of it, and we were driving down the highway, and I rolled the window down, looked at him, and dumped the bottle out on the highway. And he said, "You're going to go pick those up." And I said, "I'm not." I said, "If you want them, you go pick them up and you take them. I'm not taking them." And then he punched me square in the face. And I said, "That's the last time you'll touch me." I said, "Next time I'll kill you." And I was 13 years old. And he turned around, he said, "You're going to pick them pills up." I said, "I'm not. If you want them, you go pick them up. I'm done."
And that'd be the worst part.
I'm not having it.
Or yeah, bro. And that is sad though. See, that's what I'm saying. You have some parents who will force it on people. Like, I feel like this. If you know for a fact it could be something that's not necessarily you gotta put them on meds, then you find a way to get around it. Like I said, sometimes you're just gonna have to do that. A kid is supposed to have a balance too. It's like an adult is supposed to have a balance. A kid is supposed to have an active balance, because they are literally burning off a lot of metabolism and all of that. Sometimes they be hyperactive even when you're not expecting. Yeah, because this is what they do. They're young. They vibrant. You got to keep them. You got to basically tire them out to the point where you can actually enjoy yourself. You got to have that balance. You got to museums. All right, let's go out and do this. Let's go out and have some sport time. You got to have a balance, not just sitting on your ass all day or sitting on social media all day. No, you got to have a balance.
You know, I'll say it many times. If your kid says that there's a problem at school, listen to a child. Because there's no reason for that child to not tell you the truth at some point. Now, whether or not they're part of the situation doesn't even matter. But if a kid tells you there's something wrong, you got to get involved.
Yeah, you got to definitely see what's going on, because for all you know, it's not just your kid that's being misdiagnosed. It's not even your kid that could just be misdiagnosed or going through something. It could be your neighbor's kid, their friend's kid, even your brother or your sister's kid. You got to think about it. Like I said, as a community, everything just fell off. Got to get back to where we was at before.
Facts, yeah. Like, and for those parents out here that, you know, they have a kid with autism and stuff like this, make sure, like, be careful. Don't medicate. Don't let them medicate your child, because you will find out the hard way, the same way that I did, that kids with autism should not be medicated.
Yeah.
So if you want to find out the hard way, that's one of the reasons my son reacted the way he reacted when he was in school. It was actually a reaction because of the medication that he was given. He was mixed. They was giving him the wrong medication. He was not supposed to be on medication once they diagnosed him with autism, but because of the school, they was giving him medication. So don't make the same mistake that I did. I was young. I was in my early 20s when I was going through all this. So I really didn't know. I was just learning. I already understand half the stuff that was going on. Like, and trust me, my reactions back wasn't as good. I completely started calming down and changing after I got my son back in my hands and out of a mental institution. That's when I really started like to really change with my anger and everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's always different ways. Like I said, see, with me, I had a multitude of issues. And guess what? My mom definitely had the balance. Like I said, some days we was going to the museums, other days we was going to arcade. Some days we was playing sports, even though the sports she was good at, I wasn't good at. Like man, listen, she was busting niggas ass. She was busting whole men asses in handball. That should tell you something. Like she was, but like certain things, she kept me how she was supposed to keep me. Like, yeah, I see he got a whole bunch of energy. I'm gonna have to tire this little nigga out. like some parents, you're like, yeah, I gotta tire them out. Let's find something to do. You know, even the days that it wasn't no school, all right, guess what? You coming with me here. There's times I went with my mom's work when she was dealing with these type of people like I'm talking about. Like I said, one time in particular, one of them was off their meds and tried to charge her, and I had that nigga hemmed up. And not to be funny, to this day, he still, every time he see me, hey, my friend, how you doing? You know, like, because he remembered that shit. He was like, because I never did nothing else. I just was like, nah, I'm protecting my mother, number one. But I know you have a mental issue, so I'm not going to put my hands on you. So I did the best possible thing, because she literally turned around to go give him his meds, and he just tried to lunge, and I caught him. Like, what are you doing? So I know these type of issues. Like I said, when I bring these type of issues, they might be sensitive for some people to talk about, but you can talk about it because it can happen at any time. You got to be aware of these, these symptoms and everything else. And sometimes, even if you might have to put them on meds, you got to make sure it's the proper meds, and you can't give them the wrong dosage neither. Because just like prime example with you, Rachel, now look, you had to wean them off of it. That ain't easy to do.
No, that, but we got a national statistic of kids being depressed now than they've been ever. So, and that's why I say it's important to interact with your children and to know what they're experiencing, because they may be going through hyper depression and you wouldn't even know it if you don't tune in and pay attention.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. You got to just pay attention to everything that's going on, because guess what? If you overlook it or underlook it, guess what? The problem's still going to be faced right there. And now you ain't going to really know how to attack it or how to really combat it. You know, and that's the sad part about it. Like, you know, when you get misdiagnosed for something, that's messed up, because now you're giving somebody something that you know for. That's just like you misdiagnosing somebody with cancer and they already start taking those medications.
Stop playing, Nate.
Huh?
You fell out.
You're not lying, because my son had autism, and they were saying that he had ADHD the whole time, and it was autism with PTSD. The PTSD came because he was burying his dad. his dad's body moved in the coffin, and my son didn't know what to do. He thought that his dad was coming back. It was just he was 9 years old when his dad passed away. So he ended up getting PTSD from that. Just to see a dead corpse, eyes open, hands move, like that shit him. And was his best friend. So then after that, he was also getting picked up in school. So basically, his anger and his stuff just came out from natural shit. Like, but putting him in boxing and letting him ride bikes, that has helped him a lot. Them type of sports helps him release energy and release anger.
And see, that's the best possible way to do it, because you're gonna have some people, even if you, prime example, like I said, you're gonna have some people, even if you're gonna have to put them on Ritalin or some sort of whatever medications to keep them at bay. You still gotta give them a balance as far as they still gonna be energetic. You still gotta find something to do. Some people was getting into boxing, some people was getting into music, some people was getting into a little bit of everything. And guess what? You know, at some point it showed that, you know, it could tell who really was needing those type of services and who really wasn't. And some people is just going to be genetics. Not everybody going to be born perfect. Some people, you know, you might have, everybody might be quote unquote normal on the outside, but they ain't going to be normal on the inside. You know, it's all about a genetic thing too. That's why I said, you know, some people, it might run, one person is going to catch a trait of something along the lines. You might not have diabetes, but guess what? One of your kids might end up having diabetes. You know, stuff like that. You get misdiagnosed though, and get on the wrong medications, that could already start messing up your body.
Not only that, but I've seen diagnosed people who have thyroid issues with diabetes. So, you know, like I said before, a lot of these doctors just get on Google and look for medicines to take care of certain ailments. They don't really look at the root problem.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what I'm saying. You know, it's a lot of different things that some of y'all gonna have to start getting on board with. You know, and then some of y'all will know about what's going on, but the most you'll probably do is, I'm gonna just put them in another school. But guess what? If the same school is having this, if it's another school and let's say they're having the same problem like the last school, you're gonna keep moving your child around. That's gonna keep taking back and messing up the progress of what they was already trying to do. And then, like I said, you know, depending on the situation, and if it can happen in one school, that means it can happen anywhere, and it might go right up under the radar. That's why I said some of you parents are gonna have to start doing what y'all was doing before, even if it's just a surprise pop-up visit. Hey, sometimes you might find out exactly what's going on with your kid before it could get out of pocket. Because remember, back in the days, some days you'd be like, oh shoot, let me make sure my mom's ain't coming up here for nothing. Like, even if you thought you like, oh shoot. Like, yeah, you know, gotta do that.
I had a truancy officer for that.
Facts. And you know what's crazy? Like I said, even shout outs to Yak. Yak said the same thing. He said he had a truant officer that was literally going through whatever just to make sure his ass was getting to school and doing whatever, because yeah, you want to have some people that actually care and want to see you going down the right road. And some of these people might actually know your damn parents anyway, or somebody in your family. Yo, get your ass to school.
Facts. Real shit. He not lying though. Because mine was my neighbor, and my dumb ass thinking I'm gonna cut in the neighborhood, just not on my block. Bullshit. Like, I was like, yo, everybody's like, wait, you was the dumbest. I was like, why? I'm not supposed to be getting caught. My mom's not nowhere around. She always catches me. I'm like, how she the only one out of everybody? Like, everybody in the hood knew me, and I had these old heads that used to let me go in and smoke weed because I didn't want to go to school. But as soon as as soon as I walk out and hit Fifth Street, right where Cousins is at, I was like, I fuck up. I'm like, that's my problem. At the end, I caught on too late. I was like, you always taking the same road. That's why you always get caught. But it was always the neighbor, truancy officer, and that was the worst of my luck. She was a truancy officer. Pulled me by my ear, made sure I got in the van, drove me. She did not leave, and she made sure I was inside the classroom. Then she'll walk out. She's like, don't mess with me. Because trust me, I'll put you in the system. I'll put you in the program. Make up your mind. Exactly. One day she said, shit, fuck it. You don't want to fucking listen to me? She wrote down this piece of paper. Next thing I know, I'm sitting here on the Congresso in this damn program that I had to go 3 days out of the week after school. When I missed one whole week, I had to attend 5 days of the week. It was like a fucking punishment. It got my ass together though.
It was bad those that actually did. Like I said, and you had, like I said, even then when it came down to truancy, it was enough truancy to where even if you thought you was going, you had to select few that might have been smart to say, all right, I was able to dodge these niggas, you know. But everybody else, they wasn't hearing that. Like I said, I know a couple people I went to school with my damn self. I remember one time the nigga really was in. I'm just laughing because I'm like, my man, you know. And see, and even when you was missing school a while crazy, they would come to your crib. They don't even do that no more like that. Unless they are forced to do it, it's like they don't even do that no more. You go like, yo, like, you know your son ain't been in school in like 2-3 months. What's going on over here? Like, what's going on? I remember one day one of the kids, I was bugging. That same way, the truant officer brought his ass to school, sat there for a hot minute in the class. I was scared. I was like, I didn't even know what was going on at first. I was like, oh, what the hell going on here? Literally sat down and waited. Followed him to the next class. Because it didn't make sense for him because it was like, I don't even know why you would even want to not go to school when you didn't even have a full day of school. Your schedule was set good. Like, nigga really was in the class like, yeah, you ain't going nowhere. You even think you leaving out of here. You gonna be in handcuffs. And I'm gonna really take you down to Spofford. Oh shit, it's over. But see, that's because they had a genuine knowledge and they did care, whether they knew you personally or not. And some people didn't even know you personally. They just seen something good in you. See, that's the thing. You want to always have people that's going to see something off the rip. Like, you know what? This person just need a genuine chance. But see, this is the type of topic right here that could be left for another day. Unfortunately, I got to break the party up.
In another day, and another day, and another day after that one.
Exactly. Unfortunately, I got to go to the plantation. No, this is a short night though, so I'm good with that. But this was definitely a time, like I said, we could definitely even bring this back up, Rachel. If you like I said, even if you want to pop back up, you're more than welcome, sis. That's how I do it over here.
All the shadow watchers and the bush huggers, when you pick up the trash and trim them bushes up, get the yard looking nice. I mean, if you're gonna come in here, hit the like button and at least do some work.
See, I don't be caring about the likes as long as everybody is getting the general gist that everybody could come from different parts, have different views and opinions. And as long as we all come into that same common goal, that's the most important thing. And it can be done.
Hell yeah. Thank you for having me up, Nate.
You already know, man. Listen, all y'all already know. Anytime the pain is open, especially when it's coming to any type of topic, you know y'all more than welcome.
Don't forget to check that email. I sent you that link.
No doubt. I'm gonna check that when I get up off here.
We got word in there now, and Miss Ossie's joined in. I think I sent an email to Rachel with a link for her. And I want to be selective about what we put in there. So we'll have to come up with a list of people. So
yeah, that could definitely be done on there. And like I said, that's always going to be done. You know, the main thing, like I said, this was good conversation because we just talked about a multitude of things. Hence why I said open panel. I could have just literally said, but I did put a part 3 from what we were talking about last night. So
who just sneaks in the door right at the end of the day?
I know you was in the bushes watching. You shadow you ain't even a shadow hugger. You a shadow lover. I seen your video though, sis. I'm glad you was in here getting this. You know, like I said, you're gonna always have different topics happening. Everybody's gonna have a different view on how they come into the same goal. That's the most important thing.
I'm gonna drop down. Nate. It was a great conversation, great topic, and that's a bet. I'm gonna get on the next time I can. I was able to get on today because my client got sent to the ER, so I got a day off for free. I still get paid though, so.
Oh wow, nah, but even still, you know, you hate to hear that type of shit anyway. Going to
yeah, but what I'm saying is like, no, it's not a free day. I still get paid though.
Oh, okay. So you did.
I'm a health aide, so I still get that check.
Which hand?
I know. Oh shit! Look, fist pump.
Shit, it's not a bad job. Like you change diapers and clean elderly, but they got good stories and it's a good pay, and it's worth listening to their stories.
Yeah, because like I said, these stories is happening every day, even if it's not on a broader span. You can't sit here and try to tell me that these things just happen once, maybe twice in the blue, and that's it. No, you gotta wake me up. You gotta wake me up with a knockout punch to believe that shit. And I still wouldn't wake up to that because it's always something happening. It's always awareness being important. As long as you are opening your eyes, and again, I don't want nobody to get this twisted. But every day that you still able to wake up and open your eyes, that is a blessing. So you're still learning everything day in and day out until you close those eyes permanently. Just try to do the best you can. And see, you can come up with people like it. You know, we can all come together and come to some sort of conclusions that'll make something better.
I will be joining you on the next live that I'm able to hop on whenever I'm off. So it was nice talking to you and great topics. So, and I'll continue to share your video where else I can share one. So keep sharing that wisdom.
You know, you always more than welcome to pop up here and even shoot, like I said, sometimes even if you want to feel you want to give out knowledge, information, even with the people that might be in your area, because everybody's from somewhere. But you know, like I said, we all building from each other, we all learning something from each other. And I do love what I built so far here. You know, and I'm gonna continue to keep it this way.
Facts, you're bringing a lot of positive people. Like shit, on my journey here, I've hit across a couple wrong panels, but I ended up hitting the right panels afterwards due to certain chats and stuff like that. That's why I still stay active on certain chats because I do find good panels through certain chats.
Yeah, because like I said, I know I met you on another panel. Like I said, just all in all, you know, like I said, all in all, these are the type of things you're gonna get here. You know, like I told somebody, it doesn't really matter. I don't necessarily have to follow a certain protocol to make my channel work. I can normally, because my life revolves around just having balance. So I can have a whole balance right here, have a serious conversation, throw up 1,000 jokes, whether it's filtered or not, and still get back to the general gist of things. And don't let things fly over your head. We gotta definitely be in a better world than what we're in right now. And we can make it better at some point.
You should be able to have both. You should be able to hit a panel, even if they're a serious panel, be able to handle a joke or a little roasting if they do it. Like it's about how respectful you are and what you say.
Yeah.
of the day, like, listen, all I can say is that I gotta give you your props. Almost dropped my phone, little one. I gotta give you your props because you is spitting out that knowledge and that wisdom that you got, and a lot of people need to hear it. A lot of people is going, ignore it, but then you're gonna have them people that's gonna sit here and listen. Like there's a lot of people out here that's like me and other people in the chat that is looking for, advice or somebody, to listen to a story or to just give, say their story. Like it depends, different reasons why a lot of people come onto social media.
Yeah. And see, look, even if you would have came in and see, look, sometimes you're gonna go across a situation. Like I said, sometimes God is gonna put people in the right situation, for the right people, But all in all, like I said, the main thing is never give up. Like, see, I think I just inspired a lot more people in particular because total. Come on here, regardless of what.
Not a lot of men here on social media. They're just like they're speaking, spitting knowledge and wisdom. There's more for that beat, getting paid. I know people be like, oh, but everybody's for clicks and views. No, not everybody's really here for clicks and views. Some people is actually here to, their story or they want to give a message or they actually trying to start something positive. So I'm like, I don't think everybody's platform is the same.
Well, you more than welcome here. Like I said, I let everybody come with clear knowledge that guess what? We all might be coming from different backgrounds, but we all got the same damn common goals in mind. And it don't take that much of a spark to know that. It don't take that much of an idea to have to put that in the equation. Because come on, like everybody. Yeah, but you more than welcome, just like everybody, like Papa with everybody. I know what it is, especially like I said, this journey is not just about proving one thing, like I said, which I've already proved. Because there's still a road to go, but guess what? I done already proved the crucial balance that whatever you thought you was getting outside of what you thought you was getting, I won't entertain it.
You got my support all the way, so.
I gotta support you the same way because, like I said, that takes a lot to stand up as a parent, especially with going through things like that of that nature.
Yeah, when you about to lose your kid, it makes you do a lot of things too. Like it's fucked up that we have to go through something like that to make us change our way of thinking. I was already thinking the way I was thinking, but one thing I'm gonna be honest about, I was so angry at the world that what I was seeing through my eyes was red. I ain't give a fuck. Like you hurt mines, I'm just going boom. But when what happened with him happened, it kind of like taught me to sit down. It taught me to humble myself. It taught me to think differently. Like it's not always an eye for an eye. Like, to almost lose a child, that's why I feel bad for a lot of parents that do. Like I'll be like, damn, like I'm blessed. Like I guess I'm blessed because I accomplished something that a lot of parents can't. Like to see a lot of these stories and actually sit here and talk to a lot of people that have spoken to me and them telling me how they lost their kid. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I can't really complain about life because I'm blessed. Like there's people out here that got it worse than me. My son almost lost his life and I was able to help him overcome a situation in a time where he was going through depression and actually help him come back to reality, where a lot of parents ain't able to accomplish that. And it took me a minute to see that, but I see it.
That's a whole fact. And see, like sometimes you're gonna go through your little trials and tribulations only because if you that adamant, especially when you're fighting for yours, you're gonna go through the depths of hell you have to just to make sure your kid's straight. And especially when you know your kid's just suffering from a situation that can't really be helped. So like I said, when it comes to these awarenesses, we always want to bring that in.
And for those of y'all out there, sign that petition. Let's get these cameras out there. Like my petition is for every city, every state, every school, every classroom. Let's get these cameras in there. Let's get the security in there. Let's not wait for the government to do it because if y'all look at the video I did yesterday, they only want to put the cameras in schools where there's people with just brown skin, and that's messed up. Like, if y'all really look at the article, that's what they're trying to pass. Like, they're trying to get this for all schools. Like, y'all worrying about race. We worrying about the kids. It doesn't matter the color.
Exactly, because like I said, the education, everything at stake.
Exactly.
Hold on, Word. Hold on, the Word say he wants to say something.
Hey, Ray.
Yo.
I wanted to say this.
Wait, I can't hear you. You sound real low. I'm so sorry. I'm about to get off the computer.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute your mic real quick. I got you. Well, what you said, Word?
No, I just wanted to tell Rachel, you know, I've been following her story since the Sister T days. Me and her used to be in Sister T chat. And I seen how she support a lot of content creators, and I always felt like they never really backed her. I just want her to know that we got you here. I just want you to know that. I know you've been on a long journey fighting, and now you fell into a group that's gonna help you fight, because behind the scenes I'm talking to some people. I know some people, like my sister, she do analysis for schools, and she's trying to make contacts in Philadelphia now, and it's some other stuff I'm trying to do. So I don't want to say nothing just in case it don't work out, but if it do, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna fight for you, because what you're doing is gonna help a lot of people, you know, and that's what we need to do. We need to start supporting one another. But you just know you're in the right group, and we're gonna fight with you. That's what we do.
I didn't even know you knew me that long. I was like, I was following Sister T.
That's what I was saying. I was following you since that plum tree. I remember when you got the plum tree. Was it a plum tree that you were trying to put in the backyard? You was cleaning out the backyard. That was me.
I got it back there, but I couldn't buy enough dirt for it. I got it halfway filled up.
Go back and look at them lives, and you'll see me commenting on them. There was one when you was on the bus. That was me.
Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't really peep. I wasn't really into like the comments like that, because I wasn't noticing them, especially on my phone. Like, comments would flash by. I was doing my live just to do them, because, like I was telling everybody, I was just trying to reach people, and when I reached these panels, like, supposedly she had the petition to help the men, and you know that goes along right with my petition and stuff like that. So it's kind of like certain panels I followed because it started off with a certain message. I wasn't expecting the rest of the stories. So yeah, like, that's really what I wanted to do. I hit every panel. Kwame was one of the first ones that let me up on screen to let me talk about the petition. Everybody else that I tried to reach out, it was just basically like, I don't know if they was trying to help me or what they was trying to do, but I can't say that out of a lot of people, when I got back online last year in 2022, because mind you, I got on, I started this in I think it was 2019, and I really started everything. It was 2019 when I really started everything. And then I came across John Campbell, and then he disappointed me, and I had somebody that was trying to tell me about him, but I didn't listen to him. We bumped heads. After a while, I took his advice. I got offline, and I got me together, because I was starting to take a lot of shit personal, like emotionally, not personal. I was starting to get emotional about certain situations that I was talking about, and I didn't know how to handle them. So I got off the John, came back fresh, and started like network and try to see what other channels, you know, I could like team up with. We can talk about cameras and do all this. So me, I apologize for that.
Yeah.
So then I ended up with that. I don't know how everything ended up a month and a half ago or two.
To disciple, you know, who here for the who here for, you know, real change. But that's how I found Nate. You know, listening to him, I felt his energy, and then you look at his content. That's all he do is bring awareness and spark change. He's sparking it. He's doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I fall in line. Like, you know, this is what I was looking for. So you landed in the right spot. Even though you know, the stuff that she do over there. You know,
yeah.
Exactly. Another person, I would have never thought years that I would have been able to sit here and talk to Judge Joe Brown. Like, I gotta thank God for that. So I really appreciate her for that opportunity, chance to letting me speak to an actual judge about my son's situation and tell him about the petition I got going. That's what I was trying to do from the beginning, but it was kind of hard.
Yeah. See, like, this is the thing, though. And I'm going to break this down for real quick. There's always going to be certain things you ain't going to be knowledgeable on. But if you've been following certain things, you'll know. Sometimes things are not going to go the way you think it's going to go. Sometimes it's literally going to take a uphill battle to get where you want to go. But the main thing is, if everybody is coming together as a collective and bringing that all in all awareness, you're really going to be all right. You know, and you'll be able to make a change, because at some point everybody's going to have to see and stop being, you know, blind to the facts. There's always going to be different things changing, even when it comes to this. But you got to be aware and be on point with it, especially when it's coming to the kids. You don't want to fail them.
That's what I learned. I had to get out social media because, like I said before, I didn't realize I was also going through a stage of depression. I just lost my mom when I had started all this. That was in 2019, and you know, last year, a couple months ago, I would say 8 months ago, I went through the same shit. I lost my brother, so on and off, I wasn't really on social media like that, but I was on and off. I was missing a lot of the shit that was happening with the family. And so that's why I said that what happened last month like threw me off guard. That's when the words said, damn, you've been following me this long. I didn't even.
Yeah. Now you'd be surprised, because some people just be running around the chat, sis. I'm telling you, you're gonna have some people that are gonna come across channels. You know, like I said, almost everybody here is from a different sector. Like, and I don't really necessarily believe I got anybody really from a beef sector. And if they are from a beef sector, they not really beef.
I noticed the word on Doa's panel. That's where I really noticed
some of that. Yeah. Oh shoot! You know, fell off again.
To me, her channel is a little more calmer, a little more. You can actually like listen to the chat and stuff like that. And she deserves more recognition that they're giving her. I can't never pronounce that word. Sorry. She should be more noticed. Like.
Yeah, but guess what? At some point, it ain't even about being more noticed. It's just about making more change. So, like I said, it ain't about the glitz and the glory. And even if I thought it was, I still would rather see everybody at least coming together for a common goal and just succeeding. Everybody said you do want to live in a better world. So guess what? At some point, you're going to have to be a part of that change. You're going to have to stand on the forefront one way or another. Doesn't matter how you do it as long as you're doing it. Oh, shoot. Shout outs to Rachel. Papa Will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you was over here sleeping, thinking about pork chops and stuff. I know.
Yeah. Yeah, I just went too deep for the old man. I just, peeled back to the corner and said, I'll be here. You can't sneak up on me. I ain't that sleep in the chat.
Yeah, Rachel.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that don't drop me off.
Oh, shoot. Your volume low a little bit. Oh, shoot.
Well, it was nice talking to you, mate. Can you hear me now?
Nah, your volume's still low. Oh, shoot. Well, I was going to say, if anything, this is definitely another conversation for tomorrow. You know, we definitely have fun here. We definitely got some points across about a multitude of different topics. But see, this is a blueprint to show people how it's done. Despite whatever you could come to the same conclusions and the same damn goals if you just get past the emotional part. You got to think of the logical standpoint. These kids and everybody else is going to suffer if you don't start really bringing the awareness and the knowledge. And some of y'all are going to have to get up off your asses and really like be a part of something. No doubt, bro. I'm gonna definitely be in there. Cause I'm about to end this anyway. I gotta start getting up out of here anyway.
You at work?
I'm about to go to work now. I still ain't even leave my crib yet. But that's the benefits. I'll see y'all in the morning. No, here's the benefits though. Nah, but that's the benefits though. That's the whole benefit though about it, cause I'm literally working my area, so I ain't gotta go far. I ain't gotta travel. I ain't gotta do much of nothing.
Yeah. Nate got it going on.
Nah, but see, like I said, when it comes to these type of topics, you know I'm always bringing. So, you know, and that's the most important thing. My fault if I sound like Megatron. I'm in the fucking hallway.
Yeah, clear that hallway.
But, you know, it was the
truth. Make sure you clear that hallway. We need the uncleared hallways now. All right, Nate. Thanks, man, for letting me come up. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
No doubt, Papa will, man. You stay safe. Hey, yo, word, I'll be up in that live in a minute too, bro. Whenever you go live, I'll be up in there. Yeah, we was definitely in here for a minute, Anita. I'm about to end this shit right now. First things first, I appreciate y'all all for tuning in. I appreciate everybody who tuned in as far as coming up on the panel. Like I said, we had some deep discussions. And these deep discussions can continuously happen. Like I said, it's time to stop living in the bullshit and start thinking about the future. And if you want to see change, you want to be a part of that change, you're gonna have to get up off your ass and do something. Sorry, I can't say it any nicer. Because saying it nice don't get nowhere, I see. But I definitely appreciate y'all for tuning in. If you was new to the channel, like, share, comment, and subscribe. Shout outs to the replay game. Shout outs to the shadow watchers that was rocking with your boy. Like I said, y'all could have been anywhere else, but y'all was here. And I hope everybody did get some sort of knowledge or some sort of insight to what was going on tonight. Oh yeah, we'll definitely keep having these discussions. Probably have this discussion tomorrow as we speak, so. I appreciate Rachel and everybody else. Until the next live, we out of here, y'all. Peace and blessings.